content individually?
No.
Well, in the interest of time, and because I have a plane to catch tomorrow afternoon, I'm not going to go through any more of the false statements, but I'm going to ask you to put on your old hat. False exculpatory statements, they are used for what?
Well, either for a substantive prosecution or for evidence of intent in a criminal prosecution.
Exactly. Intent and consciousness of guilt, right? Is that right?
Right.
Consciousness of guilt and intent. In your old job, you would prove intent, as you just referenced, by showing the jury evidence of a complex scheme that was designed for the very purpose of concealing the public record. And you would be arguing, in addition to concealment, the destruction that you and I just talked about, or certainly the failure to preserve. You would argue all of that under the heading of content. You would also be arguing the pervasiveness of the scheme, when it started, when it ended, and the number of emails, whether they were originally classified or up-classified. You would argue all of that under the heading of intent. You would also probably, under common scheme or plan, argue the burn bags of daily calendar entries or the missing daily calendar entries as a common scheme or plan to conceal. 2 days ago, Director, you said a reasonable person in her position should have known a private email was no place to send and receive classified information. You're right, an average person does know not to do that. This is no average person. This is a former First Lady, a former United States Senator, and a former Secretary of State that the President now contends is the most competent, qualified person to be president since Jefferson. He didn't say that in 08, but he says it now.
90 seconds.
She affirmatively rejected efforts to give her a state.gov account. She kept these private emails for almost 2 years and only turned them over to Congress because we found out she had a private email account. So you have a rogue email system set up before she took the oath of office, thousands of what we now know to be classified emails, some of which were classified at the time. One of her more frequent email comrades was in fact hacked, and you don't know whether or not she was. And this scheme took place over a long period of time and resulted in the destruction of public records. And yet you say there is insufficient evidence of intent. You say she was extremely careless, but not intentionally so. You and I both know intent is really difficult to prove. Very rarely do defendants announce, on this date, I intend to break this criminal code section. Just to put everyone on notice, I am going to break the law on this date. It never happens that way. You have to do it with circumstantial evidence. Or if you're Congress and you realize how difficult it is to prove specific intent, you will formulate a statute that allows for gross negligence. My time is out, but this is really important. You mentioned there's no precedent for criminal prosecution. My fear is there still isn't. There's nothing to keep a future Secretary of State or President from this exact same email scheme or their staff.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And Trey Gowdy right on top of it. Just right on top of all of it. Congressman Gowdy then referenced Chelsea Manning, and this statement sort of brought up the idea of double justice. And we'll get to that coming up in just a couple of seconds here on 660 AM The Answer. Also, Chairman Jason Chaffetz questions Director Comey, Congressman William Hurd, a whole bunch of other people. And oh, by the way, before this is all over with, we will hear from Congressman Michael Burgess about this very topic. Also, Donald Trump was on Capitol Hill. We'll get the congressman's viewpoint on how that meeting went. And we will move forward tonight on a very explosive news night. In case you missed it right at the beginning of the broadcast, it appears as though the State Department is reopening their internal probe of Clinton emails. This was something they suspended in April, pending the criminal investigation from the FBI into Hillary Clinton's use of those emails. Also, you'll hear from Jason Chaffetz talking about how, indeed, the FBI will be reconvening an investigation into congressional perjury for Hillary Clinton. This is the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer.
Are you tired of exposing your retirement to stock market risk? Learn how you can get stock market gains but never stock market losses. Join the retirement Saturday from noon to 1 p.m. Call extra 115-page safe phone book at 844-5033. That's 844. Listen to the Retirement and Income Radio Show Saturdays at noon on 660 AM. The Answer.
The anticipation is finally giving way to reality. Here it comes, the 2016 Republican Convention in Cleveland. Hi, I'm John David Wells, and Mark Davis and I want to invite you to the final night convention watch party.
JD, there's only one thing more exciting than the last night of the convention, with the acceptance speech, the analysis, the official start of the real campaign, and that's the chance to watch it all with listeners.
This will be just like our debate watching parties at Studio Movie Grill, Spring Valley in 75. $10 will get you a ticket at 660amtheanswer.com. Come watch the convention's biggest night with your radio friends.
And bring your friends and family. It's live history in the making, so let's enjoy it together. The 2016 Republican Convention Final Night Watch Party, Studio Movie Grill, Spring Valley in 75. Just $10 for tickets at 660amtheanswer.com.
This event is sponsored by All Level Concrete Raising and Supporting, North Texas Air, and Texas Scorecard at texasscorecard.com.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of New Biotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-550-1388. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking New Biotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. New Biotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter New Biotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-600-8119. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-600-8119. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-600-8119. That's 1-800-600-8119.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. MiniCPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP. And right now, you can try it risk-free for 10 days by calling 1-800-300-0338. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call minicpap.com now for your 10-day at-home trial. 1-800-300-0338. That's 1-800-300-0338.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online and retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or stables.com for details.
If you've got questions, we've got answers. 660 AM. The Answer. Isn't thinking so much more fun than getting yelled at? The Wells Report on 660 AM. The Answer.
You are listening to the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. There are lots and lots of votes on Capitol Hill tonight, but we are scheduled to have Congressman Michael Burgess from the Texas 26th to comment on the Comey testimony today before the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Some amazing testimony. As I was talking about before the break, Trey Gowdy touched on what would become a theme in this testimony: double justice under the law. And to do so, he invoked Chelsea Manning.
My real fear is this. It's what the chairman touched upon. This double-track justice system that is rightly or wrongly perceived in this country. That if you are a private in the Army and you email yourself classified information, you will be kicked out. But if you are Hillary Clinton and you seek a promotion to commander-in-chief, you will not be. So what I hope you can do today is help the average person, the reasonable person you made reference to, the reasonable person understand why she appears to be treated differently than the rest of us would be.
And that is the $64 trillion question. And it was picked up immediately by Chairman Jason Chaffetz of Utah. He is a Republican. He was the next to question Director Comey and started it this way.
To a lot of us, that the average Joe, the average American, that if they had done what you laid out in your statement, that they'd be in handcuffs and they might be on their way to jail, and they probably should. And I think there is a legitimate concern that there is a double standard. If your name isn't Clinton or you're not part of the powerful elite, that Lady Justice will act differently. It's a concern that Lady Justice will take off that blindfold and come to a different conclusion. Hillary Clinton created this mess. It wasn't Republicans, it wasn't anybody else. She made a very conscious decision. On the very day that she started her Senate confirmation, she set up and got a domain name.
And then she continued, actually Jason continued to discuss Hillary's lies and did so like this.
We have no basis to conclude she lied to the FBI.
Did she lie to the public?
That's a question I'm not qualified to answer. I can speak about what she said to the FBI.
Did Hillary Clinton lie under oath?
Not to the FBI, not in a case we're working.
Did you review the documents where Congressman Jim Jordan asked her specifically? And she said, quote, "There was nothing marked classified on my emails, either sent or received," end quote.
I don't remember reviewing that particular testimony. I'm aware of that being said, though.
Did the FBI investigate her statements under oath on this topic?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think there's been a referral from Congress.
Do you need a referral from Congress to investigate her statements under oath?
Sure do.
You'll have one. You'll have one in the next few hours.
Now, there's some things that you need to know about that particular exchange. Hillary Clinton, as far as Director Comey knows or does not know, as far as he knows, she has never lied to the FBI. The rubric on that is that she never was sworn in testimony. In other words, during the Clinton interview with the FBI on Saturday morning, she was not under oath. The FBI didn't record the interview. There is no transcript. Is that, shall we say, cogent to the future of this? You damn bet it is. This is the Wells Report.
Nothing interrupts a productive day like feeling worn out. And nothing interrupts a good night's sleep like snoring. It's not just your other half who feels the pain.
Honey, roll over.
Snoring and sleep apnea leave you tired during the day and increase your risk for health problems. Isn't it time to shut down snoring for good? Simple Sleep Services has the solution that really works without painful surgery, creepy CPAP machines, or bulky masks. Just a comfortable custom mouthpiece. And Simple Sleep's provided more in 5 years than anyone in the U.S. It's covered by medical insurance, and there's no pain or downtime. With Simple Sleep, you'll have more energy every day and more restful relaxation at night.
Honey, roll over.
Visit our full-service centers in Dallas and Fort Worth, online at simplesleepservices.com, or call us at 469-685-1700. Simple Sleep, 469-685-1700.
Simplesleepservices.com.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we're about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-644-3169 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-644-3169. That's 800-644-3169. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Hey, it's Mark Davis. I bet you heard a lot about the money you can save leasing a car versus buying. Well, now there's a way to save even more. Let's talk about Brass Hat Leasing versus leasing through anybody else. BrassHatLeasing.com. In car lingo, a Brass Hat vehicle is a program car, factory demo with extremely low miles and very near showroom condition. Untitled cars that qualify for new programs that can save us a bunch of money. Go to BrassHatLeasing.com, shop through the inventory, see and drive the car you want. Brass Hat Leasing, wide selection of makes, models featuring leases, even sales if you like, of these next to new vehicles. So close to new, so much more affordable. Here's the Brass Hat Leasing deal of the day.
For details, go to BrassHatLeasing.com. Lease a 2016 Ram 1500 Outdoorsman for $398 per month. 12,000-mile lease for 36 months. $99 down plus TT&L due at signing. Find out more at BrassHatLeasing.com.
BrassHatLeasing.com. Check it out. 855-998-2202. 855-998-2202 or BrassHatLeasing.com.
If diets and diet products keep failing to flatten your belly, it may not be a diet product you need. You may need Somabiotics, the shockingly effective breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of waste from your body. Right now, you can find out for free how much flatter Somabiotics will make your belly because they're currently giving away free trials to the public. For yours, call 1-800-500-1179. Strict limit of 1 per household. Somabiotics is not a diet product. It's scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to cleanse your system, flatten bloated bellies, and combat periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. If diets keep failing to flatten your belly, it may not be a diet you need. It may be Somabiotics. Call now for your free trial and see how much flatter it makes your belly. 1-800-500-1179. Hurry, call now for details while they're still giving trials away for free. 1-800-500-1179. That's 1-800-500-1179.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment. Put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
660 AM, The Answer. 660 AM, TheAnswer.com. Now, The Wells Report with John David Wells on 660 AM, The Answer.
You are listening to the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. Our telephone number is 866-660-5759. 866-660-5759. There was another big event on Capitol Hill tonight besides the Comey hearings. We'll get right back to those in just a couple of seconds. But first, let's welcome to the microphones of the Wells Report, Congressman Michael Burgess of the Texas 26th. Congressman, welcome back. Good to have you here, sir.
Well, thanks for having me on, JD. I appreciate it.
So in the classic Chinese sense, we live in interesting times.
As we should.
Yes, we should. Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the last couple of days, but let's start with what you went through earlier today. You met with Donald Trump and other congressional leaders this morning.
Correct. Donald Trump did come and talk to the House conference. We had a better turnout than we normally do for our House conferences. The official folks in the newspaper said 200 members were there. Normally we get 100 to 150, so that's 247 is our actual number. So it was a good turnout for him. I thought it was a good meeting. You've seen Trump's speeches, and this speech was not a whole lot different than the speeches he gives on the campaign trail. A little condensed from perhaps what he would do, what he did that day in Dallas a few weeks ago. But he also spent the better part of the time, probably more than half the time, answering questions from members and getting to know members a little bit. I mean, we're a big group in the House, and he's not a well-known commodity to him and him to us. So all in all, I mean, it was a net positive for the day from the House side.
Outstanding. So I heard some very good things. New York Congressman Peter King was actually positive coming out of the meeting. I saw that on television. I'm going, well, that's kind of strange.
Yeah, he might have been criticized in the past for not being positive, but it's okay. It's okay. Peter's his congressman. I mean,
yeah,
they deserve each other.
Yeah, I absolutely suppose that could be the case. Talk to me a little bit about did many minds get changed?
I think I'm going to go out on a limb here and say yes. I really do think so. I mean, look, what's the anxiety been about the Trump candidacy from a conservative standpoint? Is he, is he really serious about this? Can he really do this? Is he really up to the task? And I will just tell you, from the few meetings I've had with Donald Trump, I mean, he is an impressive individual. Obviously we see him on the television a lot, but I saw him at that rally in Dallas a couple of weeks ago. Man, I have never been in a political rally that had that much energy. Well, I'm a Republican, but he brought the energy that he brought to the room. The people on their feet the whole time he was speaking, and he speaks for an hour without a note or a teleprompter. He does a good job on the stump. And then in this meeting, he has that ability to connect with people. And let's be honest, Hillary Clinton, for all of the professional qualities of politics that she brings to the table, she doesn't connect with people. Her husband did, but she doesn't. And Donald Trump actually has that gift. And I'll go even one little bit further. I think he answered all of the questions correctly. I think he put people's minds at ease that, yes, he's going to be right on Supreme Court justices. He understands that the government is too big. He understands the difference between the legislative and the executive branch. And there can be a good working relationship, and this is most important, there can be a good working relationship between him and the Speaker of the House. There seemed to be genuine affection there. I'll take that for what it's worth.
Now, I also want to ask you a little bit about GOP Senator Jeff Flake. I'm not sure that he was at the meeting. Was he at the meeting today?
He was in the Senate side. The Senate will not meet with the House. So we're a little too rough for them.
Those snobs over there. Okay,
now,
so
Jeff was in the House. I mean, I served with him for a number of years, so I'm pretty familiar with how his personality can be sometimes. But I mean, he had a beef. He had a beef that John McCain he didn't think was treated very well by Donald Trump on the stump during the primary campaign. But you know what? It was a rough primary campaign. A lot of people were treated roughly by the candidate, but he won. He won more Republican votes than anyone has ever won in recorded history. And nothing breeds success like success.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. We are speaking, and very fortunately so, with Congressman Michael Burgess from the Texas 26th. Let's talk a little bit about what Donald Trump said to Senator Flake. And I realize this is hearsay, so So you probably, I'm just asking for just a gut reaction. We're not going to hold you responsible for it or anything like that. But
oh no, it's just between us. I get
yeah,
it,
just
JD.
between us, just between us, like always. We've always had that, Congressman. You know that. Anyway, the reason I say that is because if you're new to the show, we have occasionally gotten the congressman in trouble on purpose, which he finds in various shades of humor.
I keep coming back though.
Anyway, the thing that I wanted to ask is that Donald Trump said that those people who do not support him, he will not support when it comes time for their reelection.
I think that's fair.
I think it's fair too, and I certainly am concerned not just about that, because I think it's about time for Donald Trump to start showing a few of those fangs. I also think that that we're in a situation here where the people that ran against him and signed that pledge to support the front runner or to support the eventual nominee, they need to do some soul searching because they all agreed to that, near as I can tell, and as far as I know, that's a pretty serious obligation, is it not?
Well, and it was signed freely. But look, there, and a big Cruz supporter through the primary, and very disappointed the night that he withdrew. He did meet privately. There wasn't obviously any recording of the meeting, but he and Donald Trump did meet. There's now a speaking spot for Senator Cruz at the convention. I would say that's on the right track. I'm grateful for that. Look, they had a rough. I mean, I can't even imagine what it was like being in the eye of the hurricane on that thing. It had to. I mean, every member of his family was affected. Senator Cruz, I'm talking about. Every member of his family was affected. It had to be just absolutely brutal. Donald Trump won, and now he's doing the work that he is required to do to try to put things back together. For me, there was never any choice. I mean, I knew I didn't want Hillary to ascend to the presidency. I don't want the Supreme Court getting worse than it has been for the next 40 years, basically the rest of my natural lifetime. I need Donald Trump there as a backstop to some very bad things that could happen to the country, and I'm willing to look past some of the hard feelings that were generated on the campaign. I hope others can too. You're right. They took that pledge. It's there for a reason. Once the family fight is over, everybody dusts themselves off, grow up, and go out and get the job done.
I find that to be very noble, and I find it to be extremely professional and even necessary at times. But I hold grudges, man. I just hold grudges. I don't know. I put myself in Senator Cruz's place because I'm a Cruz guy too. And so I put myself in Senator Cruz's place when Donald Trump was absolutely just hammering him left, right, center with flights of fancy craziness and what have you. And I said, I would never talk to that guy again. And of course, that means that not just for the rest of my natural lifetime, but well beyond that, I would never talk. I mean, so I don't know what that's like. I don't know whether or not, I don't know how good tempered Ted Cruz is, but I would really like them to put that back together again. I really
hope so
would.
Too.
Yeah.
I think it'd be healthy for both. And I think it'd be healthy for Ted's family. And I obviously hold him in very, very high regard. My first race, I was opposed by every elected member of the Texas delegation of the United States Congress. I had to get over it. I mean, I got up here. These were all people I had to work with. I couldn't hold a grudge. You can't do it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll remember that. Oh, not that I'll ever run or anything like that, but I'll try. I'll work as hard as I can on it. We are speaking with Congressman Michael Burgess from the Texas 26th. By the way, fair declaration. He is my congressman, and I'm very happy about that. In fact, let's talk a little bit about James Comey. James Comey yesterday, in a stunning news conference, stepped up, lined out what looked to me for all the world like a perfectly good case, leading to a request for an indictment against Hillary Clinton. And then at the end of all of it, he said, we're not going to pursue this. Today, he mentioned that nobody has been charged in a violation of the espionage code on something that would be gross negligence. And I didn't know that. Okay. All that being said, suddenly this case that looked like it was open and shut. I said so on this broadcast many times. It looked like this open and shut case just absolutely opened and stayed open, and now it's closed. So what do you make of all of this? Give us your viewpoint.
You know, it's of course from a standpoint of Hillary Clinton as a presidential candidate, I would think this would be career ending. I mean, everyone wants to talk about Donald's tweets and what Donald says about this failed leader, but oh my gosh, look at what the Democrats are having to deal with right now. And as I understand it, even this evening, there's been a mutiny at the State Department where they want an internal investigation as to why their secretary didn't understand what a classified marking was on a document.
Last I heard on that, by the way, in case you did not hear, as late as 6 o'clock Eastern time, the State Department has reopened their internal probe of Clinton's emails.
And that's appropriate. They should, we keep hearing about career people in these federal agencies, and I would, of course, attest to you that they're all Democrats, but there are people who have some honor, some pride of ownership, and they're probably pretty frustrated right now that the way that their service to their country is being trashed once again by the Clinton family, and it's just so frustrating. So I'm grateful that there are people that are speaking up and making their voices heard. From the standpoint of just the nakedly political aspect of it, boy, the longer this controversy roils and bubbles, the worse it is for Hillary Clinton. At some point, she's going to have to face the press. She hasn't in months and months and months. At some point, she's going to get on the debate stage with Donald Trump, who's going to be ready with all of these things that have been happening these past 2 weeks. The Benghazi report, where not a single wheel was turned toward rescuing the guys when she was in charge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that they didn't get there in time. They didn't try. And
when I found out,
frustrated.
Well, when I found out that the first 2.5 hours of that meeting, while the attack is going on, that the first 2.5 hours of that meeting discussed the political ramifications of sending military guys into Libya, I just about had a meltdown.
Yeah, it's beyond belief. Now, this is the person that we're supposed to be supporting for our commander-in-chief. I mean, if I'm just a regular rank-and-file person, not Republican or Democrat, how can you go there? How can you go there?
The only other thing I wanted to ask you about, and I'll ask you in general terms, because we're not to the point where the FBI has finished their investigation. Chairman Chaffetz in the Oversight and Government Reform Committee said that there would be an interrogatory or a request for an investigation into Hillary Clinton committing perjury before Congress, which, by the way, and I hate to say this, seems to be an open and shut case based on just what we heard between Trey Gowdy and James Comey this afternoon. I mean, there is, I can't see her not at least coming under charges of congressional perjury, and that's a felony. Have you in your experience ever seen anything like that happen? Do you have any feel for that process, and what would you think if would those charges be brought, I guess, by the FBI, and once again we'd go back through the FBI, do the investigation, and then it would be turned over to the Justice Department again?
Well, it has happened before, and as I'm sitting here flat-footed, I don't remember how it ultimately ended up, but Ed Markey, who's now a senator from Massachusetts, was a House member from Massachusetts. The Democrats were in charge. The Deepwater Horizon blew up,
right?
And he wanted a camera on the wellhead showing all the oil spewing into the Gulf, and he wanted a quantification of the amount of oil that was coming into the Gulf. He was given a figure by BP. It later turned out that it was vastly underestimated. He maintained that it was that even though the executive who testified in that hearing was not under oath, it was a lie to Congress, which is illegal, and they actually brought a charge against one of the BP executives on that exact issue. I'm sorry, and I'll have to find out. I don't remember how it ended up, but it was actually a pretty big deal when it happened. That a lie to Congress was, even though everybody said, well, he wasn't under oath. Doesn't matter. The statute says you cannot come to Congress and lie. Can't remember what's his name, Jose Canseco.
Yes.
On the steroid hearing. I mean, I thought it was ridiculous what they were putting him through. But yeah, there he faced actual jail time for allegedly lying not under oath, but lying in a hearing.
Right.
And so it's a bad deal to lie to Congress. No, you shouldn't do it.
Congressman, again, thank you very much for taking this interview. We sincerely appreciate it, and thank you very much for your insights on Donald Trump. That's something we'll be talking more about a little bit later on in tonight's broadcast. Again, my thanks. Thank you for being you and doing your superb job as usual up on Washington's Capitol Hill.
Great. Thanks, JD.
Thank you, sir. One of the good guys, Congressman Michael Burgess, joining us on the Wells Report here on 660 AM The Answer. We are getting back to James Comey, his testimony today before the Government Oversight and Reform Committee in the House of Representatives with Jason Chaffetz. That happens next. You're listening to the Wells Report. This is 660 AM The Answer. Some companies just don't want your conservative dollars. Well, actually, they want your dollars, but what they want to do is turn your conservative dollars into liberal ones. Hi, I'm John David Wells from the Wells Report. You don't get to do this very often, but this time you get to choose where your money goes. Does it matter to you that companies like Target use your money to promote the left? It bothers me. I've asked Susan not to shop at Target. But Target's not the only company that uses your money against you. Big mobile cell phone companies do the very same thing. Remember former Congressman Allen West? He's former Congressman Allen West because of one of these very same big mobile cell phone companies. We don't have to patronize companies that use our money to undermine our beliefs. That's why it's time for you to move to Patriot Mobile. 5% of every dollar that you spend on your phone bill is immediately donated to causes you and I believe in. Right now, get a Samsung Galaxy S5 or iPhone 5S with unlimited talk, text, and data for only $50 a month. Call Patriot Mobile today, 1-800-A-PATRIOT, 1-800-A-PATRIOT, or check out patriotmobile.com. Tell them you heard about it on the Wells Report.
Truth spoken here. More of which is next. The Wells Report on 660 AM. The Answer.
This is Howard Garrett, the Dirt Doctor, and I'd like to invite you to join me for our talk show every Sunday morning. We're actually trying to convert the world to organics. We talk about the natural organic program for farming, ranching, gardening, and pest control. Also, a lot of talk about health issues for animals and people. Hope you can join us for all the fun.
Make sure to tune in to Howard Garrett, the Dirt Doctor, every Sunday morning from 8 to 11 a.m. right here on 660 a.m. The Answer.
How will the future affect the money decisions you make now? Find out Saturday morning with Jerry Tuma and John Criswell on Smart Money. Smart Money will bring you the latest information regarding financial markets and what it means to you and your investment and retirement portfolio. Not knowing could be costly. Smart Money, a voice of experience and integrity, with Jerry Tuma and John Criswell. Saturday mornings at 8 on 660 AM. The Answer.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-600-8119. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-600-8119. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-600-8119. That's 1-800-600-8119.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-700-1331.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use. I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer. Only available by calling 1-800-700-1331. That's 1-800-700-1331.
If you're a Christian and own or lead a business, you're in a unique position. You strive to serve God, your customers, and your employees. You may even wonder if there are other Christians who own businesses trying to achieve these same goals. There are, and FCCI has found them. FCCI, the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International, has spent the last few decades building a network of some of the nation's strongest CEOs who share your faith. We want to connect you with them. Join us September 18th to the 22nd at the Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota and meet well-known leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founder of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr. Learn how to better steward your company for God with hundreds of other Christian CEOs at this year's FCCI Business Conference in September. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. There are only 100 seats remaining. Reserve your place today at fcci.org. That's fcci.org.
You can listen on the go. Find us on iHeartRadio, 660 AM. The Answer. The Wells Report. Must-hear radio on 660 AM. The Answer.
You are listening to the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. And did we cut 5? Have we done that yet?
Yes, we did.
We did that one. All right, so we don't have time to do any of the other ones. Chairman Jason Chaffetz asked Director Comey about the email exchange between staffer Jake Sullivan and Hillary, asking Jake Sullivan to take the headers off and send the classified information anyway. That seemed to me, and that was called by this reporter on this broadcast, a smoking gun. Why it wasn't a smoking gun and what Director Comey had to say about it in just a few minutes. We will get to that and much more. By the way, have you, a lot of people in Texas know Will Hurd, but a lot of people don't. It's, he is the congressman from the Texas 23rd. He found himself in the eye of the storm today. He had a very good exchange with, Director Comey, as did Congressman Tim Walberg, Elijah Cummings also, and his unique approach to this hearing and what it actually meant. And then John Micah asked Director Comey to provide a summary of the notes regarding whether or not Hillary Clinton lied in a transcript with a meeting that she had on Saturday. More about that coming up. You're listening to the Wells Report. This is 660 AM The Answer.
Hi, this is Debbie Georgatis. Polls tell us Americans are upset about the direction of our country, but I feel inspired about America's future because so many good, noble, patriotic Americans are getting involved, speaking up about the challenges our country faces. Ladies Can We Talk inspires everyone to know we have a role to play in America's future. Tune in every Sunday from 6 to 8 p.m. on 660 AM The Answer. We talk truth about America.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some urgent news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from PBS host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategy. To offer you this that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-644-3169 now to get your personalized copy rushed to you today. Do you want to avoid mistakes baby boomers and seniors can make when they buy annuities? Those mistakes now could be costly later to you and your family. Call 800-644-3169. That's 800-644-3169. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My air conditioner broke down.
Sorry, but your home insurance doesn't cover air conditioner breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my air conditioner?
I'm afraid not.
But his air conditioner could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-700-1134. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-700-1134. That's 1-800-700-1134. 1-800-700-1134.
660 AM The Answer. KSKY Balch Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth. The official radio station of Decision 2016. The most important election of our lifetime.
Fox News Radio, I'm Carmen Roberts. President Obama reacts to the fatal police shootings of 2 black men this week, one in Minnesota, the other in Louisiana.
This is not just a black issue. It's not just a Hispanic issue. This is an American issue that we should all care about. All fair-minded people should be concerned.
The president interrupting his trip to Poland to speak to America.
To be concerned about these issues is not to be against law enforcement.
The president's in Poland for a NATO summit. In Washington, the State Department says it's reopening an internal investigation of how Hillary Clinton and her aides handled classified information. It suspended the probe in April to avoid a conflict with the FBI's investigation. And multiple suicide bombings in Iraq killed 26 and injure 52. Fox News, we report, you decide.
660 AM, The Answer.
The anticipation is finally giving way to reality. Here it comes, the 2016 Republican Convention in Cleveland. Hi, I'm John David Wells, and Mark Davis and I want to invite you to the final night convention watch party.
JD, there's only one thing more exciting than the last night of the convention, with the acceptance speech, the analysis, the official start of the real campaign, and that's the chance to watch it all with listeners.
This will be just like our debate watching parties at Studio Movie Grill, Spring Valley in 75. $10 will get you a ticket at 660amtheanswer.com. Come watch the convention's biggest night with your radio friends.
And bring your friends and family. It's live history in the making, so let's enjoy it together. The 2016 Republican Convention Final Night Watch Party, Studio Movie Grill, Spring Valley in 75. Just $10 for tickets at 660amtheanswer.com.
This event is sponsored by Driving Nails Gunsmithing and Shooter Supply, Adair's Fine Floors, etc., and AAA Auger Plumbing Services.
Do you have low back or neck pain? Does it run down your arms or your legs? Do you have a bulging or herniated disc degeneration, or spinal arthritis? Even worse, have you been told you need back surgery or injections? If you answered yes, then please listen to what I have to say. My name is Dr. Chad Vines, DC, at Genesis Back and Neck, and I use the most advanced spinal decompression system available, the DRX 9000, to correct back problems just like yours. We don't use addictive drugs, and we don't use any type of dangerous invasive surgery for these problems. Spinal decompression is safe, FDA cleared, and it's not painful, and has about an 86% success rate. We accept most insurances, and your first visit will be at no charge. You will sit down and visit with me personally until I've answered all of your questions. And if you're a candidate for decompression, you can try out the treatment all at no charge to you. So if you're ready to not hurt anymore and don't want to have surgery, call me at 817-328-1922. That's 817-328-1922, or online at mylowback.com.
Do you know what a RIA is? It's a real estate investor association, and it's where smart people go to obtain wholesale houses, obtain no money, no credit financing, meet local buyers, sellers, and investing partners, and receive local market intelligence and training. Don't buy houses retail. That's ridiculous. And please don't waste your time and money going to a get-rich-quick seminar from a traveling pitchman. Come network with local Dallas area real estate investors that are just getting started or taking it to the next level. Come join the largest real estate investor network in Texas. We meet on Thursday, July 14th at 6 p.m. at the Intercontinental Dallas Hotel near the Galleria. And you can register to attend for free by calling 800-804-8046. This month's topic, how to make big money learning from other investors' mistakes. Call 800-804-8046. Write it down. That's 800-804-8046 to attend any of our upcoming meetings and receive a valuable Texas real estate training program for free. Brought to you by the Dallas Real Estate Investment Association.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a free trial of New Biotics, the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a free trial, call 1-800-550-1388. Strict limit of 1 per household.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking New Biotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. New Biotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. If your belly flattening results are too dramatic, simply reduce use to every other day. Think you might be bloated? See how much flatter New Biotics makes your belly. But hurry, call now for details while we're still giving it away for free. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
Coming to Dallas Sunday night, August 21st. Outcry Summer 2016 Tour, featuring the songs and the sound of Hillsong worship. Plus, Carrie Jove. Featuring Rend Collective, Elevation Worship, and Urban Rescue.
Part of the Dallas Baptist University Concert Series.
An unforgettable night of worship.
Are you concerned a stock market crash is coming? If you're retired or retiring soon, protect yourself now.
This is Ken Moraif, host of the Money Matters radio show, inviting you to our free seminar.
This special event is 10 a.m. Saturday, Burleson Hampton Inn. Ken was featured in MarketWatch, Wall Street Journal, and Forbes. Clients that followed his advice were out of the stock market in 2008. You can't afford to miss this event. Please reserve now at moneymatters.net. That's moneymatters.net, or call 800-994-0302.
Hey, everybody. Mark Davis from my friends at Zero Res. A busy summer means a cleaner house is necessary. So let's get going at 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN for the $33 per room Mark Davis Show carpet cleaning special. Call him. Pre-treated, clean, sanitized, $33 a room. Also, drapes, upholstery, hardwood floors, 214-37-CLEAN. For a Zero Res clean, you also get a $50 gift certificate to a Estilo Gaucho Brazilian Steakhouse. So call them. 214-37-CLEAN, 214-37-CLEAN for Zero Res.
Dallas, Fort Worth's home for stimulating talk. 660 AM, The Answer. Is anybody out there paying attention to what's going on in this country, in this state, and in this city? We know. This is a breaking news update, live on 660 AM, The Answer.
You are listening to the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. As you may have heard, there have been some dramatic police shootings in the last couple of days, spanning the nation. The government, the president talked about them today. There is a protest tonight about those two police shootings, and KDFW is reporting that, and apparently shots have been fired at this protest. We're going to join Fox News coverage live now on 660 AM The Answer to see what we can see regarding this protest.
It seems to be a very animated crowd, but no one showed any sign of aggression. We're hearing from a Dallas police officer who just moved us back that someone has a rifle. We don't know who that person is or if that person is still mobilized, but we are told from a Dallas police officer right now who just moved us back that someone has a rifle. We don't know again who that person is or if they have been immobilized by Dallas police. But as you see from Shauna's shot right now, guys, I mean, even more police. We're seeing a lot of lights and sirens here converging along the corner here of Griffin and Main Street, obviously trying to assess the situation, make sure.
Actually, Griffin and Commerce is where this report is being originated.
Indeed, that person or persons coming from, and if indeed that person or persons is no longer a threat. Guys.
You are listening to live coverage from Fox News Channel and KDFW. Regarding the protest tonight, regarding some shootings elsewhere in the country.
So we're a couple of blocks away. We are and have been staged at Velo Park at the corner of Griffin between Commerce and Main Street. We saw the march, go by here at one point, and then it had come back down Main Street, and then we saw people obviously disappear. Down the street in the direction from where we ended up hearing those gunshots fired. And then again, as we were setting up our live shot, my photographer, Shauna, and I, all of a sudden we started hearing pop, 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 pop. And everyone just kind of looked over in amazement, not sure if it was, of course, fireworks, like you always hear people say, or something else, not gunshots. But then we saw police just really focus their attention over there. And we continue to hear more shots, which again did indeed turn out to be what we believe to be gunshots.
We are watching this protest because of a couple of shootings involving black men. 37-year-old Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and 32-year-old Philandro Castile in suburban St. Paul, Minnesota. And so what's happening here is that it's a satellite protest in all of the big cities regarding these circumstances.
Like you always hear people say, or something else, not gunshots, but then we saw police just really focus their attention over there, and we continue to hear more shots, which again did indeed turn out to be what we believe to be gunshots.
By the way, this is live coverage, and that was, by the way, that is something that just occurred. Fox News Channel put themselves into a delay, which is why we heard that part of the report all over again. We are going to endeavor to make sure that we keep any rough language out of this. But now we can see some video of people running away from a spot downtown Dallas that may have been caused by what sounded like gunshots. So far, no reports of anybody being injured, no one being shot per se. All we have is a report of gunshots breaking out at this protest near Griffin and Commerce downtown in Dallas, Texas. Lots of police cars, lots of flashing lights, lots of disarray, lots of chaos. We see news photographers running as they head to either a safe place or they're heading towards another. Those are clearly gunshots. Those are clearly gunshots. This was video from moments ago.
As we watch our local coverage now, the exchange between the reporter on scene and the anchors in the studio, our local affiliate, KDFW, is reporting confirmation of 2 police officers shot.
Oh my.
2 police officers shot tonight in Dallas, Texas. Stand by.
This is a raging gun battle. This is not just a few shots. These are police officers and someone else engaged in a gun battle.
All right, so Alex, we just watched that whole piece of video with Shauna running with the camera and you as well, right toward where everybody is running away from that area.
That was crazy. What was that like?
You know, that was incredible. And guys, I have some information to pass along, some disturbing information. According to a uniformed Dallas police officer who just approached us, he tells us that 2 police officers have been shot. That, again, is coming from a Dallas police officer in uniform who just came up to us a couple of minutes ago asking us to move back a little further. He tells us that 2 police officers are shot. We don't know from what agency. It would seem probable that it would be from Dallas Police, since this is their jurisdiction and they were here supervising this event. And again, that coming from a uniformed Dallas police officer, that 2 officers have been shot. We do not know the condition of those police officers involved in that incident. But as you guys heard from the video you just played, and I can tell you in person from the echoing of the buildings in downtown, those shots could just be heard, just reverberating down these kind of echoed streets. And as you can imagine, hearing one shot after another, it was just sheer panic. Well, first disbelief from people not knowing if that indeed was what they thought it was, because again, the march up until this point had been very peaceful. And then again, people running from that area, from what I would imagine would be the area, like you said, they were shot, coming from Main Street near the Bank of America building. So obviously a very sad situation here. 2 police officers, from what we are told from a uniformed Dallas police officer here who has been here with the media, that 2 police officers have been shot in this very fluid incident that is gripping downtown Dallas right now, guys.
There won't be a whole lot of discussion about what is exactly happening. I can say that there are police officers taking cover behind cars right this minute. You're listening to special live coverage on the Wells Report of shooting tonight in downtown Dallas. And what we're looking for here is we're looking for more information on the condition of 2 police officers apparently shot that were hit with gunfire earlier tonight in Dallas. This is Fox News coverage This is Fox News Channel coverage, and we're listening with Megan Kelly. Get back into the coverage here.
Stand, which they're trained to do behind their vehicles, using their metal police cars as a shield of sorts. Some officers, as you can see, still are standing, but obviously behind their vehicles. As you saw live several minutes ago, we showed you live video of people running across the street who were kind of trapped on the sidewalk and kind of laying on the sidewalk when an officer felt it was safe enough for them to stand up and run back this way towards the park. That is what they did. Take a look over here right now, folks. A lot of people, it's kind of dark, you may not be able to see, but a lot of folks now running from behind this hill. It would seem that they were kind of hunkered down, hidden behind this hill, which is part of Bilo Garden Park. And I don't know if an officer now is telling them that it's finally safe to move, but this is the most, oh yeah, I see an officer here in the distance. He is moving everybody back. And it looks like he's gonna come over here and move us back as well. Obviously, for safety reasons, we were gonna listen to him and do what he wants us to do. People telling us, officers telling us to move back right now. And we are gonna do that.
The good news in this is that the officers are clearly setting up a perimeter from where the firing came from, which means that the officers basically have, I believe they may have located the people that have been shooting in the center of this perimeter. The police are moving people back, and that includes the news coverage. Again, if you're just joining us, you're listening to the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer. A couple of shootings elsewhere in the nation. 37-year-old Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge and 32-year-old Philandro Castillo, or Castile rather, in suburban St. Paul, Minnesota. They were shot under shocking circumstances. The videotapes that surround these shootings are extremely graphic, and they look terrible. Now, we don't know exactly what's going on here, but I mean, from a standpoint of those shootings, but there was a protest about those shootings, indeed, and that is occurring in Dallas tonight. I'm watching the coverage now. There is a helicopter in the air with a focus. There's some new information.
For my photographer, Shauna. Shauna, watch out behind you. There's a tripod. Okay, and we are going to continue moving back as we are and do not want to be in the police officers' way as they clear this area. Again, we're being told that we may be in the line of
as I was just saying, there was a spotlight from a police helicopter focused on a parking garage somewhere in the vicinity of, and that is Griffin and Commerce downtown. Griffin and Commerce downtown. So we're seeing whether or not they were able to chase down whoever the gunman was that apparently fired shots that hit 2 Dallas police officers tonight.
To the federal building along Commerce. We're in between the Bilo Garden Park and the federal building. Our vantage point's a little limited right now as a result of that, but obviously safety is of the utmost importance right now. We want to make sure that we listen to what police are saying. But Shauna, tell our viewers again what this officer told you in terms of the active scene there.
The officer told me he was active near Lamar and Commerce in that building over there.
Okay.
And so we needed to clear back. And if you looked up, you could see the police chopper circling that building and shining the light on it. So that's their focus. They're on Lamar and Commerce, or on Lamar Street between Commerce and Main.
Okay. And we were asking right now if the officers are okay. Obviously, the police officer here on scene, going by very limited information that he is receiving over the radio, he says he does not know their condition, but again, stands by the information that 2 Dallas police officers, or I should say 2 officers, we do not know with what department they're with, were shot in the process of this gunfire with an unknown shooter or shooters.
We, by the way, are hearing reports here at 660 AM The Answer that indeed they are Dallas police officers that have been shot. We are seeing whether or not that is true. That does not, it's not confirmed, but that is other information that this reporter downtown does not have.
Is the focus of Dallas Police's attention right now.
As I can imagine, and I can tell you, from the vantage point that I have, kind of, again, kneeling down behind these cars, kind of looking through Bilo Garden Park back to that area we showed you earlier that was just lit up with Dallas police officers I can tell you that it has gotten very quiet there, within the past 10 minutes or so. Hopefully that is a good sign that this
And just to update our viewers,
situation
what
is
we are
at least
watching here is a situation in Dallas, Texas that appears very grave indeed. The reporting is that 2 officers have been shot in the wake of or in the midst of a protest that was taking place in the area. Peaceful, you heard the description prior to this incident. We do not know the condition of the officers at this hour. What we saw on our cameras was coverage of the protests. Shots were heard. The photographer and the reporter ran to the scene, and we saw what were clearly bodies on the ground. We have now been told that 2 police officers were shot, that they've been transported to an area hospital, or perhaps more than one, and that we do not yet know their condition. Our local reporter at KDFW sourcing that to a uniformed Dallas police officer who told him that. The quote on the ground was that someone has a rifle, and we are not at all certain that the threat has been neutralized, as the reporter suggested may be the case, or has not. The attention appears to be on a parking garage. You heard the photographer, Shauna, saying it is at a street called the corner of Lamar and Commerce. If you're familiar with that intersection in Dallas, Texas, there was a police spotlight on that parking garage, and the police officers on scene have been crouched around and behind their vehicles, as they may have an active shooting situation on their hands. We had information earlier that they were requesting a rush of emergency services to the scene, as would be the case if they had 2 downed police officers, and that after the initial shots fired, more shots had been fired. We do not know whether the person, quote, with a rifle, that's what the reporter said, has been contained or not. But prior to this moment, it had been a relatively, they said, peaceful protest. Folks upset over the 2 officer-involved shootings in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and in Minnesota. Let's just take another listen to our locals.
Protesters who organize this thing do not want to be associated with this at all, and this could be somebody from outside. We don't know who this is, but when I was there, I didn't hear any rhetoric that would have risen to this level, or did you hear any rhetoric that would have inspired this kind of thing? Or I don't know how to categorize it, but I sure didn't.
Sure, it's a good question, Steve, a fair one, I think, and I can tell you that for on the whole, no. Again, the big kind of chant and that everybody was saying was, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. But I will tell you that at some point, different people with the bullhorn did say F the police. You did have a couple of people chime in and say F the police as well. Clearly there was that sentiment as well, but it was definitely in the minority, I can tell you, in all fairness, having been in the middle of that rally from the entire time that it started to when they took the streets and began marching. But there was a small amount of people yelling that. But I can tell you really overall, you're right, Steve, overall from what I saw and what I heard, people were really really upset and frustrated with the fact that 2 more Black men have died as a result of police shootings that they feel were unjustified. Clearly, this is the court of public opinion. People are going to have all sorts of opinions. But people that I interviewed all, seem to really just be passionate about the fact that all lives matter. Some people, Black lives matter, but that really the focus of this rally was to bring people together. Remember, keep in mind, you had all a variety of racial backgrounds here. You had, white people, Black people, Hispanic people here. I talked to all of them, and all of them really had the same message, which was that they felt that enough was enough, but that they as a community needed to have their voices heard. But nobody really tried to incite any violence towards the police, although you...
I want to take you to KTTV here on the left. Let's listen to what appears to be an eyewitness.
Anything that happened this time, we came out, there was Blacks, whites, Latinos, everybody. There was a mixed community here protesting, and this just came out of nowhere. As a matter of fact, we were towards the end of the protest when the shots started firing off, and it was... I'm still kind of startled and shaken up because, as you know, being in the front, It's almost like the gunshots were coming at us.
You know, I find it interesting that the rest of the protesters are also scattered. That just goes to show everybody took off running. You went one way.
Right.
I know at one point I got separated from my photographer because I went another, he went another, and that just goes to show sort of the way that the crowds dispersed.
Yeah, it was complete pandemonium, and actually I knew a couple of guys that had guns on them, you know, the rifles, and I found them and told them, hey, put that gun up, give it to a cop, because I don't want you to accidentally be mistaken for the person that's shooting. And so it's just bananas.
I know when I turned the corner up there, I heard upwards of a dozen gunshots. You heard the same thing.
Oh, I would say probably about 20 gunshots in rapid succession.
Did you see police returning fire, or was it all gunshots coming in our direction?
So because I have a couple of guns and I shoot, I know that it was handguns, the police shooting handguns, and whoever was shooting had an assault rifle. And because you could tell the difference. It was one big shot and then a couple of shots returned by the police officers.
Let me ask you this. I saw fire rescue on the scene a little bit ago, but at this point, no indication of anybody hit or injured. Do you know of anyone? I haven't seen it.
Well, again, it hasn't been confirmed, but I was told by someone close that they think maybe a police officer was shot.
No, I'm getting it right now.
Okay.
They said that 2 police officers were shot. It's on the news right now.
Yes, 2 police officers were shot.
So those are unconfirmed reports that we're going to work to confirm for you out here. But again, a lot of folks out here getting their information through social media as well, word on the street as well. Corey, don't go too far because I want you to stick by here. But Doug, before I send it back to you, let me get back to giving you a live shot down the street of what it looks like. Still a very active scene. Again, police out here.
I want to bring you the latest now. You could hear the witnesses say it appeared to at least one gentleman that the cops were firing handguns, and that it sounded like the shooter had an assault rifle, which is consistent with what our own reporter at KDFW, Alex Boyer, reported, which is that someone has a rifle, according to one Dallas police officer, a rifle. We do not know whether this is an active shooter situation, although it would certainly appear to be, given the number of police we see on the ground and the posture of those police. And we've certainly had no confirmation that a suspect is down. All we've heard is 2 police officers are down and that they have been transported out to area hospitals, one or more. We also do not know what the nature of the shooter is. We know that there was a protest in Dallas, Texas earlier this evening described as peaceful in the wake of the officer-involved shootings of 2 black men in 2 different states over the past 24 hours. We do not know whether the shooter had anything to do with the protests. We have no idea whether this is an angry protester, this is a random citizen, this is workplace violence, this is domestic terror. We no idea. There are some reports that may suggest that the person is protected, i.e. with a vest. We do not yet know that as a confirmed fact. We continue to watch the local traffic there and figure out what's happening from our local reporter as we're going to dip back into our local coverage in just a minute. But I have Bo Dietl with me here on set. And Bo, I want to ask you what you can glean from seeing what we're seeing with the cops crouched, this amount of police presence. We've seen more come to the scene. They appear to be rallying the cops to this area, and they remained outside their vehicles crouched down.
Yeah, it looks like definitely there was a shooter at the cops. I was just there 3 weeks ago with Chief Brown in Dallas, and there's a lot going on there with the cops not getting paid. They're unhappy.
You are listening to 660 AM The Answer. This is the Wells Report. John David Wells with you. We are dipping into Fox News Channel coverage of what appears to be a cop shooting tonight in Dallas, Texas. Dallas police are responding to reports of shots fired. This from just moments ago on NBC DFW. Apparently a Dallas protest having to do with the shootings that I mentioned earlier of Alton Sterling and Philandro Castile. That protest started out peacefully tonight until someone opened up with some kind of firearm. 2 police officers have been shot. We are not exactly sure, as we're still waiting for more confirmation as to whether or not they are DPD officers. That is still up for grabs here. Several hundred people gathered at Velo Garden Park in Dallas, where they began their march through downtown in protest of the shootings in Louisiana and Minnesota. As I said, we are watching this coverage unfolding right in front of us. The focus of attention among the police officers now appears to be a parking garage somewhere in that area. It's on Lamar and what was the other cross street? Lamar and Commerce. They are believing that whoever it was that opened fire may have taken refuge there. Can't tell you much more about this. We are waiting for word on the condition of the police officers that have been struck down tonight in gun violence in Dallas, Texas. I'm John David Wells. We'll have more information as soon as it becomes available. You are listening to the Wells Report. This is 660 AM The Answer. Again, 2 police officers have been shot tonight in a protest that's gone dangerously awry. More details next on 660 AM The Answer.
You know, there's a big difference between talking about the auto industry and knowing the auto industry. Hey, Kurt Chase here, host of the Automotive Edge radio show. We're right here every Saturday morning. I bring 25 years of dealership and automotive straight talk to you, the consumer. Whether it's buying or leasing a car, knowing a good used car from a bad bucket of bolts, financing to the best cars, trucks, and SUVs, it's the Automotive Edge radio show Saturday mornings right here on 660 AM The Answer.
Hey, it's Mark Davis from my friend Josh DeShong. The real estate world of Josh DeShong sells houses when others cannot. I am living proof. Lisa and I are so thrilled with Josh. He came in and sold our house with blinding speed. You want a promise. You want somebody who's going to sit down with you and say, I promise to sell your house. Most folks won't do this. Josh will. His website is getsold.net, and he is telling you your house will get sold. How does he do this? Well, you call him at the number I'm about to give you. He sits down with you and says, let's arrive at an agreed upon price and an agreed upon time frame. If that house of yours does not sell at that price in that time frame, he, Josh DeShong, simply buys your house. That's it. You're out. You're at closing. You move on. So call him and call him today. Don't waste a day. 972-325-6644. 972-325-6644. D Magazine Best Realtor 3 years in a row. I'll love him forever. Josh DeShong, getsold.net. 972-325-6644.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
It takes a lot of courage to face your own death, but I'm glad I finally did. See, I was putting off getting life insurance to protect my family, even though I knew it was important. Then my neighbor's husband died. I watched her struggle emotionally and financially. It really made me face reality. If my husband died, how would I pay the mortgage, the car payments, or keep up the life the kids and I had?
This is a breaking news update live on 660 AM The Answer.
You are listening to the Wells Report. Things are moving very, very quickly now. It appears as though the Dallas police have established contact with the apparent shooter in tonight's shooting of 2 police officers at a police, it's not a Black Lives Matter rally, but it is of that kind, protesting the shootings of 2 black men earlier this week, Alton Sterling in Baton Rouge and Philandro Castile in suburban St. Paul, Minnesota.
I think that something's going on. The guy's in the building or something, and they're looking up to the windows, and they got shields, and they're running in.
They may have located the suspect. We had a flurry of activity, had a flurry of people who texted us, telling us that the suspect was down, that they had established dialogue with the suspect, etc. Someone who is perhaps responsible for the shooting of 2 Dallas police officers tonight. By the way, we just got another source. This is completely unconfirmed that there may be as many as 3 Dallas police officers that have been shot. We'll get more details on that in just a moment.
Pointing up at the building as if somebody were possibly up there trying to gain some sort of vantage point. The mood definitely changed here in the last 5 minutes. It got a little bit more serious. The officers started to focus a little bit more on their personal safety than they were more concerned about keeping this perimeter contained. Again, we saw some shields pull out, and it looked like they've just entered that building. It seems like there might be something in there or something in there they need to find or figure out or retrieve. And the officers now are getting a little bit even lower out here. So it seems like they might be getting close to something, but no other shots have happened out here since. So we don't know if someone's injured or who they're trying to find.
This is KTVT coverage in Dallas through the Fox News channel, which is how we were able to run this. We do not know who the reporter is.
From where I'm standing, it looks like it's the Bank of America building, I believe. And if somebody can correct me, it's the one with the green lights out here. and it looked like they were going right into the glass doors. I saw at least 4 or 5 officers walk into those glass doors with those shields you'd see like during a riot. They had 1 officer in front and then 3 or 4 officers tailing. There's sort of like a lead trying to get in there and in defensive position. And now off to my right, if Stoney can look off, you can see people and more officers here are sort of gearing up. You can see a few officers out here with helmets on now. There's one right in.
Possible shooter still out there.
Absolutely. Common sense tells all of us to step away and run away, be away from the situation. It's our nature as humans to be interested.
To be curious and pull the cell phone out.
And the situation in Dallas, Texas tonight is this. It has turned violent. 2 police officers have been shot, and the shooter appears to be at large. We do not know his condition nor theirs. We do know that we saw for ourselves crowds running as gunfire broke out. You can see that here. This is the first few moments as people heard it, and that, folks, is
listen
the
for the
look of
replay.
panic.
This is a replay of what happened earlier tonight. You're listening to Fox News Channel coverage. We're dipping into that coverage here on the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer. Listen to
We
the
still
gunshots.
do not know whether the shooter involved in this had anything to do with the protest or merely took advantage of the crowds to unleash something he had already plotted. The motivation here is not at all clear. That will be, we hope, unearthed in the hours or days to come. Right now, we believe that the shooter has not yet been apprehended. We are not even sure whether it is only one shooter, although that is all that has been reported thus far. One shooter described as holding a rifle. We heard a description of complete pandemonium moments ago. In New York City, we've seen protests as well. There, we've seen multiple arrests in the protests in Times Square, but we have not yet been given an official number. It is nothing compared to what we see in Dallas, Texas tonight, as 2 officers have been shot while on duty trying to protect the citizenry. Bernard Carrick had joined us by phone moments before. I want to bring him back now. Commissioner, we talk.
Let me give you a little bit more information. We have been listening to the reporter Alex Boyer of KDFW Channel 4. He was the reporter that was reporting this. There are other protests in New York and St. Paul, Minnesota tonight. WFAA reports it like this. At least 1 officer is down in downtown Dallas after shots were fired in protest at downtown of an officer involved shooting across the country. That was, let me see if I can read this one more time in English. At least 1 officer is down in downtown Dallas after shots were fired at a protest in downtown Dallas. Of an officer involved shootings across the country. Okay, so even reading it twice, it's not English. Please keep in mind that this is breaking news. This is absolutely being covered on the fly. It remains an active shooter situation. Last we heard, we had just a couple of reports from reasonably sources that are reasonably respectable. In other words, they're good sources, that there may have been as many as 3 Dallas police officers shot. We are keeping track of that, waiting for word on what kind of condition they are in. The shots were fired as the march was moving down Lamar Street near Griffin. An officer at the scene told News 8's Marie Sedvedra that the shooter has a rifle. She described several volleys of quick bursts of gunfire. A bystander who was at the scene told News 8 the shooter stood by as the rally passed him and then opened fire on officers. That is reporting from WFAA. We are going to rejoin coverage now of Fox News Channel. You're listening to the Wells Report. This is 660 AM The Answer. Again, breaking news. Officers down during a protest, shots being fired, and here is Fox News Channel in their coverage.
The police go out on a daily basis, and they risk their lives. They put their lives at stake on a daily basis. Every single day they do it all. Every day they go to work, they do it. But things like this.
That is, by the way, New York Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick, former New York Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick.
Outrage and others. And I'm not saying it's not justified. These 2 incidents that we've seen in the last 2 days have been questionable incidents. I urge people, wait until the investigations are concluded. They're going to be thoroughly investigated by the local authorities, the police, state authorities. In the one circumstance in Louisiana, we already know that the Justice Department is going to investigate. They will be investigated. If there's wrongful conduct, someone's going to be held accountable. But don't go out and result demonstrating and protesting to the point that you're creating destruction or you're damaging personal property, you're assaulting people and, shooting at people. That's not what these demonstrations should be. And in this case, it's unfortunate that that's what's happened.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know. We don't know what the motivations were in the shootings that we saw in Minnesota or in Louisiana, and we do not know the motivation behind tonight's shooting, nor whether it had anything to do with the protest. However, on scene, there was a sizable protest. Tempers have been flaring in this country over the past 24 hours in the wake of those 2 officer-involved shootings, and now we have 2 officers down tonight. Let's take a listen again to our KDFW local reporting.
And then we did the body camera legislation last session. We're beginning to see more of it in the video, and in terms of what is occurring and what generations of African Americans have said has been occurring in the past. We're beginning to see these things happen now, and especially the generation, the millennials now are seeing it, and they want something done. And I think it's going to turn into more, hopefully, voter registration, hopefully more activism as it relates to going down to city councils and state government and the federal government and requiring that something actually be done about it.
Do you worry about how this looks, how people at home are seeing there was a big protest downtown and now 2 police officers are apparently, well, I mean, it does not look good.
I agree with you, it doesn't look good, but people are going to take this and use it for whatever purpose they want to use it for. The fact still remains that over the last couple of days, we've had last 72 hours, we had 2 African Americans.
I want to bring back in Bo Dietl, who's live with me here on the set. Bo, talk about the ballistic shields, which we saw in abundance there as the police officers moved toward the scene and what appeared to be toward the shooter.
Right, I'm sure they have vests on also, but those ballistic shields, they could deter any kind of firepower that's shot at them. This is bringing
rifle
or pistol, but this is now bringing me back to memory of a year and a half ago when we had the demonstrations in New York. What do you want, dead cops now? And then remember the 2 officers were gunned down by that fellow that came in from Baltimore.
They were executed. 2 cops
they were executed
in their patrol car.
What worries me is that this becomes tumultuous on the streets. People who are looking for an excuse, they jump out in a peaceful demonstration, Megan, and this is what happens. And people start doing stupid things because they want to be with the disguise of the crowd in a situation like this.
The police appear, we don't have this confirmed, but appear to understand that he's in this parking garage in or near the Bank of America building, and they have it surrounded. They have their police cruisers on the scene. You can see here, it's difficult with the police lights, but you can see the police lined up outside of this building here. So what is the protocol? To go inside, to storm the building, to simply secure it from the outside?
What they're going to do, again, I would think they have a helicopter in the air with a light, just in case he's on the roof there. Then they'll do floor by floor with the emergency service. You're not going to get the regular cops without the armament going.
Yeah, I can tell you, taking a look at the video right now, that police officers are moving into the parking structure. They may have located where this guy is. I'm watching live video now on Fox News Channel, courtesy of KDFW. The reporter earlier from KDFW joining us tonight was Roy Boyer, Alex Boyer, rather. And so what we're doing here is we're watching as police officers that are engaged in SWAT clothing are now entering the building as we watch this unfold right before our very eyes on 660 AM The Answer. You're listening to the Wells Report. I'm John David Wells, and in case you were wondering, as Fox News is fond of saying, breaking news changes everything, and that is exactly what's going on here. We are listening and watching a coverage unfold of a shooting situation. There was a peaceful protest. Everyone said it was a peaceful protest until after the march went by at the corner of Lamar and Griffin. When the actual protest went by, the actual protest march went by, someone opened up with what has been reported to be a rifle on police officers directly. There were 2 police officers that were reported as being shot. We got a report a while back, unconfirmed, but from a reliable source, that indeed it's possible that there may be a third. Here's a live witness.
What's your name,
from KDFW.
Michael Batista.
Yeah, Michael Batista is the Alex Boyer is the reporter from KDFW.
BAUTISTA.
BAU
KDFW
You can
Channel
understand
4 reporter
you're getting
Alex
our feed
Boyer.
that we get from our local,
Yeah.
and he's going to speak in a moment. You can hear it. You can see the behind-the-scenes machinations before they go on air with our local KDFW. You have an insider's view to this. We're going to watch and listen.
So it was pretty scary back there, huh?
Very scary.
I can imagine.
We're getting ready to do a live shot on KDFW. That's Fox News Channel here in Dallas, Texas. So what's going to happen is
I was taking photos. That was my initial plan for today. And,
Okay.
Left my camera over there too.
Michael Batista?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Coming up after this report, we will be speaking with Rod Fullenwider. You know Rod. He 7 years in the U.S. Navy, serves as general manager for D&L Protective
As we
Services.
take a look at the SWAT team there, armed like he's going into war, and you can understand with two of his fellow officers down why he looks that way. Again, they're getting ready for an interview on our local affiliate, KDFW. Don't want to eavesdrop too much because the reporter...
Yeah, Rod Fullenwider will be joining us. He currently serves as the general manager of D&L Protective Services, managing director for Pinkerton Consulting and Investigations in a previous life. And we'll have more with him coming up in just a couple of seconds. But like I said, we are waiting for this Channel 4 report on what's going on. It looks like Alex Boyer is now ready to go on the air. Here we go.
And you have all the time in the world if he's in that building.
What does it mean? Just want to make sure we don't miss it. But what is it when you're on the SWAT team?
Almost
do you
there.
have elite training?
Almost ready to go. Let me introduce you to Rod Fullenwider. Rod, are you watching this on television?
Yeah, John David, I am watching.
You know, it looked like I saw a couple of 8 stacks, a couple of 4 stacks moving into the parking garage next to the Bank of America building downtown. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, it looks like they're definitely looking at the parking garage as the most likely location.
Hang on a second, Rod. We're going to join live coverage of KDFW now with a live witness.
Street over by the garage, by the green building. I don't know the name of it.
Okay.
But I was walking with some other people, and then I thought the shots were coming from inside of the garage, but they were coming from down the street. I walked in front of the line of fire, and then I made it across the street into the parking lot, and that's when I saw a downed officer. So I started to put that on my Facebook Live. I wanted everybody to know what was going on, and I mean it's just been very crazy tonight. It feels like a war zone.
Michael, you know, we had people asking, you know, kind of what was the feel of the crowd marching? Was it a very peaceful march?
It was a very peaceful march. I didn't see anybody that was, you know, outside of the ordinary. You know, they all looked like they were just there to speak their mind.
Sure. Right. And then, Michael, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing that I remember is we made it to the courthouse, and then I wanted to be ahead of the group so that I could get photos. And instead of getting photos, I ended up getting shot at. So I ran across the street, and I found my car, and I hid by it for a little while until they came and got me just now.
Michael, can you, you're marching down the street. Are you in a group of people? And then kind of describe where you hear the shots from and what happened.
There was a big group of people, and I heard the shots coming from down on, I believe this is Main Street up here,
right,
and down that way. So as I walked across, I mean, can you go again? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just asking you where you felt you saw the shots coming from. What was your first indication?
The first indication that the shots were coming from down Main Street was I saw the bullets hitting the cop cars.
And you said you actually saw an officer hit.
Yes, I did.
Incredible situation. And so you got here, which is again several blocks away. How did you make it back to this point?
I made it back. The cops came and got me from over there just now, actually. I've been sitting over there with my camera going this whole time. Actually, if anybody could give me a charge, I could use that.
I understand that you said you're live streaming right now. Michael, did you get a look at the shooter or shooters?
I didn't get a look at any of the shooters, no.
And you believe that you saw shots coming from a parking garage?
No, that's where I thought they were. That's where I heard them coming from. Okay. But it was just the echo of what was going on. So
downtown.
Right.
Hey, Michael Batista, thank you for joining us. I'm glad that you're safe. Michael, one of several people right now who are here evacuated to this area, this section of Velo Garden Park, which again, this is where this all started. This is where that rally started. And now you can see several people here who are now kind of safely moved back further away from what we believe to be an active scene down there, and people just right now just kind of standing in place and trying to stay out of the way. Heather and Steve will send it back to you.
That is Fox 4 reporter Alex Boyer speaking with Andrew Batista. Is that what was that? Michael Batista. Michael Batista. And so let's get to Rod Fullenwider. Rod, we'll run this in the background. So you, unfortunately, have probably had a little bit of experience in these kinds of things, correct?
Well, I mean, certainly, and there's several things we know on this, and that is, and you've heard me say this before, first reports are usually wrong. So we've got to be real careful right now about what we're hearing from people. People, a lot of emotion going on. They came into an event with a lot of emotion, and so what they're thinking they see and what they're thinking they hear may in fact not be what really happened.
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to confine our reporting to as little speculation as humanly possible. I'm reporting what I'm seeing on the video and very little else. In fact, you know, there are a couple of people. Bo Dietl is speculating all over the place, and I'd really rather not deal with any of that. So if you're watching the same feed we're watching Fox News Channel. If you can, hang on a second, here's another report, so stand by.
Multiple police units on scene. There are Baylor officers, Dallas police officers. Also, I did see a DART police officer car here. A small crowd gathered outside the emergency room. Again, we haven't seen them take any patients inside, but that doesn't mean they've already gotten inside to the ER here. And I want to show you to the left here, a small crowd outside the hospital. They say that they've been here about 45 minutes. They say that they cannot get into the hospital right now. And again, that they have been here for 45 minutes. Witnesses on scene are telling me that they did see what looked like an undercover officer wearing a vest being taken inside. Again, this is the small crowd outside the emergency room right now at Baylor. Steve, Heather.
Lynn, I'm looking over your right shoulder there. Is that doctors and nurses with gurneys ready to take any more injured into the hospital? Is that what those folks are standing outside doing there?
That's what it looks like. They are on standby, Steve, out here. They have multiple hospital crews and also multiple gurneys ready to take in extra patients if needed. But again, I did not see them take anybody inside, but it doesn't mean that somebody isn't already inside.
All right, Lenny, I know it's breaking news. It's a very fluid situation. Have you been able to talk with anybody there as kind of more officers and people arrive?
Witnesses did tell me that they saw a police car with what appeared to be bullet holes in it running down this street here and sparking, but that hasn't been confirmed. That's what witnesses out here were telling me. And they, again, saw what looked like an undercover officer wearing a vest being taken inside.
All right, so there's a lot still to figure out. You're going to stay there. You stay there on the scene and stay on your social media, and we'll keep following you to figure out what's happening there in Baylor.
You are listening to the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. You're listening to breaking news coverage of a downtown shooting tonight. It was a Black Lives Matter type. I'm not saying it was Black Lives Matter. I'm saying it is a Black Lives Matter type of protest. Similar protests occurring in St. Paul tonight and New York. Apparently, somebody waited for the protest march to walk by, and what ended up happening there after that is someone opened up with a rifle, as has been reported, and that person apparently retreated back to a parking garage where the police are concentrating their efforts. Joining us, Rod Fullenwider. He's the general manager for D&L Protective Services, longtime law enforcement professional, and trains people here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So what is, you have a degree in criminal science, you've got graduate work in criminal psychology. Give us a thumbnail sketch of what they're trying to do, what they're trying to accomplish, if indeed they do have this guy surrounded in this parking garage.
Well, I think you've got several things. First of all, when you look at the Baylor Hospital, they're obviously already geared up for mass casualties, okay? And they're geared up for it. They're waiting on the bodies. They're waiting to treat people and take care of people. So that's one piece of movement. The other piece of movement is, let's move out the officer allegedly who's been injured that they say is already at Baylor, and other casualties and injured people. Let's move them out. At the same time, they've now had time to gear up, and law enforcement appears has begun to go in. It appears that they've begun to go into the building parking garage to clear, and they're going to go very methodically, step by step.
Exactly.
If they've already taken out the shooter, which is what we're saying, that they took out one shooter, most of the time, and I mean, we're talking, John David, we're probably talking 95% of the time, you're only going to have one shooter. Okay.
Right.
We have maybe 9 to 12 events nationwide over a long period of time where there's been more than one shooter. So what they're going to do is obviously methodically take that building apart, see what they find. They're looking for evidence. They're looking for any other potential victims, and they're looking for anyone else who may have assisted the shooter. So that's what they're going to be doing right now as we're watching all this unfold. And it's going to take hours for all that to happen.
Rod Fullenwider, our guest here on the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer. They are interviewing another eyewitness. Let's listen to that.
So, but he was all patched up on his left shoulder.
So he was conscious and...
Yeah, he was conscious and sitting up. I don't know about why the other car was running in on his rim, but we were told by other people that he was carrying an officer, but we weren't here when he arrived. We saw him going down the street.
Thanks so much.
That's it. Thanks a lot.
Hope your mom is doing okay.
Appreciate it. All right. Sure.
Thank you. Want to talk to you real quick?
All right, we just got an update, Rod. 2 officers shot Thursday afternoon during a protest in downtown Dallas. This from Fox 4 News. An officer on the scene confirmed at least 2 officers were shot. We are now seeing that there may be as many as 6 officers that may have been shot. The shooting happened just before 9 p.m. as protesters were marching near Lamar and Main Street, Commerce, and SWAT officers on the scene. They are surrounding a building, which is a parking garage right next to Bank of America. And what they're trying to do at this particular moment is they're trying to find out, hopefully, where this guy is, if he has been taken down, etc. We got an unconfirmed report about that earlier tonight. And so when you say this will be taking hours, I mean, these guys are going to very slowly, methodically move their way through, looking in any place where this person could be hiding in this parking garage, right?
Correct. And then the other thing here at play, John David, is what we've seen in a number of other events. We saw something in Aurora. We saw the same thing with Columbine, and we've seen it most recently in San Bernardino. And that is where a shooter or shooters also leave devices that they hope will explode and take out more first responders. So they're going to be looking for that as well. And that's part of the process. Okay. Now, in all those other 3 events that I told you about, there were in fact devices, and none of those devices went off. Okay. So while these guys were able to shoot and kill and maim, they were not able to make their devices explode. So they're going to be looking for that as well because of past events.
We are speaking with Rod Fullenwider on the Wells Report here on 660 AM The Answer. Obviously, very fluid coverage. We are waiting for more updates. Perhaps maybe a press conference might be organized in just a little bit. We will stick with this coverage until we know more and are able to report it to you. You are the author of A Manager's Guide to Workplace Violence. And when we start thinking about, hey, hang on a second, there's another eyewitness. Let's go ahead and dip into the coverage here.
Which has ginned up violence against them, and many others see a real problem of too many police what appears to be executing young black men in circumstances that simply do not warrant it. Let's listen again.
You know, when you come down here now and you get closer to the scene, Sean, if we could pan over here and kind of show some of the cop cars, what's your thoughts, Larry? Like you said, someone who is...
Something that was really bad, and then someone made the call for us to shut down for fear of looting. So we shut down and went on lockdown and, got all the customers out safely and closed the business down. And then they asked the employees to leave. Well, I use Uber to get home, and Uber's not running downtown right now, so I'm sitting it out down here. Yeah.
You're basically stuck. Larry,
scary.
Absolutely. Did you all have people with the march go past the restaurant?
No, I'm on Elm Street, so we didn't see any of the march, actually. It was on Main Street. It wasn't until all the chaos went down that we saw people running the opposite direction.
Sure. When you come down here now and you get closer to the scene, Sean, if we could pan over here and kind of show some of the cop cars, what's your thoughts, Larry? Like you said, someone who has worked downtown for 6 years and never seen a police presence like this, and now learning that there are some officers who have been shot as a result of this incident.
I hope that the officers, are okay at it, and I really, really hope that they're fine. And I just hope that there's not any other casualties or any casualties, period. This is just senseless.
You've been standing out here with some other people in the crowd. Have you had a chance to talk to other folks and get a feel for what some of these people are going through?
I mean, everyone's just scared and wanting to know what's going on. I mean, there's not really too many answers right now because nobody really knows the answers. We're just hoping that the people who are responsible are apprehended, hopefully safely.
Absolutely.
And I just hope that it all ends safely.
You are listening to 660 AM The Answer. We are dipping into live coverage from KDFW on the Fox News channel on 660 AM The Answer. Our guest now is Rod Fullenwider. He is the general manager for D&L Protective Services, and we are watching to see what is going to be next when we watch this unfold in front of us as we're trying to figure out, okay, will the police officers be able to find this suspect that apparently is in a parking garage next to the Bank of America building? Is there more than one shooter? Rod Fullenwider tells us that it is very rare that there would be more than one shooter, although the first responders who are now trying to find this guy in this parking garage certainly are in a situation where they're going to be looking for perhaps explosives devices left behind to try to maximize whatever kind of casualties they can amongst the police officers. That's pretty much what you had to share with us, Rod. What else hits you right off the bat here as we open up this breaking news coverage? And we're trying not to speculate on any of this. We are simply reporting what we know here on the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer. Rod?
Yeah, the other thing I see, that I've watched, and this is standard protocol, is initially they immediate response from law enforcement, first responders. Looks like they were right on top of this thing in a really fast manner. They set an initial perimeter, then they moved the perimeter back, and it looks like now they're moving it even further back, which would be normal. One, they want to control the situation. Two, they want to be able to look from an evidentiary standpoint. The other thing is that, and this is important, is that there's not been any shots fired for the last little while. So that tells me at least from an indication standpoint that they believe they probably have the shooter, except that you're looking at officers right now on the screen who still have their weapons in their hands.
Yeah, and we are seeing live video right now, Rod, of officers moving in a dynamic fashion. That's one main plaza right there in downtown Dallas. Let's join the coverage now as Shepard Smith has joined the coverage on Fox News Channel.
Street is kind of where they have us all being staged right now. So again, SWAT team. Obviously, we know SWAT has been on scene, but we saw an additional SWAT vehicle pull up just a short time ago. And again, police moving us further and further away here from Velo Garden Park, which was where all of this started, where this march, this rally started earlier today, as a result of people being upset from those two recent police shootings of two black men. Heather and Steve.
Rod Fullenwider joining us. Rod, you can see on this video, everyone is walking around with their weapons in hand.
Yeah.
All the police officers.
Yeah, and I also see officers in a position that says they have been looking up, okay, and they're in a position of cover that basically is a protective cover from a potential raised shooter. So those are important things to look at here. They're not looking horizontal at someone who may be 500 yards away or 200 yards away straight level. They're looking up, and that's important.
We just saw an armored vehicle, what looked like an armored SWAT vehicle, move into the parking garage. That would be a very smart move. I don't know what I'm looking at because I'm a talk show host, but that would be a very smart move. If I could pick a piece of equipment to go in there, that would be the one.
Yeah, they're going to go clear that garage in a very, very smart manner. And you want the tactical equipment like you have with the SWAT gear. They're probably also inside the SWAT machines. They probably have robots in case they find something, because they now at least have what appears to be, what they're saying, a shooter. And so they're going to try to identify who he is automatically. They'll then be looking for his vehicle or a vehicle they can tie to him at the scene, and they're going to want to tear that apart very carefully. They did that in Orlando a few weeks ago. If you saw what they did to that vehicle, they've done it in other locations. So we have some really good things we've learned over the past number of years that the officers here are going to be able to operate from. They also have a tremendous amount of support from both, I'm sure, from the state police, and I know from the FBI that are, I'm sure that those folks are on scene as well, helping to assist Dallas PD as Dallas PD runs this thing.
You are listening to the Wells Report. This is KSKY Dallas, Fort Worth, Balch Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth. I am John David Wells. This is the Wells Report. We are covering live as best we can coverage of a shooting downtown in Dallas, Texas, as protesters protesting the shootings of two black men who were in a position of losing their lives. 37-year-old Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in a very ugly video. Likewise, a 32-year-old Philandro Castile in suburban St. Paul. This ignited protests not just in Dallas, Texas, but also St. Paul, Minnesota, and New York City. We don't know whether there are any other protests going on at this particular moment. What we do know is that when the protest march moved by a particular location where police had been staging somewhere in the corner of Lamar and what was the first place? Griffin and Lamar.
Yeah.
What ended up happening was after the protest march moved by, someone opened up with some serious shots. I counted at least 20. Rod, did that sound like about 20 shots to you?
You know, I didn't hear all of it well, but you probably at least 10. Part of the problem is you get into, because of the buildings and all the cement down there, you get into an echo effect.
Yeah.
And so was it really 10 or was it 20? Hard to say what it is right this minute.
I certainly could hear pistols and what sounded like a rifle being fired. So I could hear that as the sound went by. Very serious situation in downtown Dallas now, and we're trying to make heads or tails out of it. If this coverage is repetitive, it's only because we are not speculating on what we've seen in front of us. All we're doing at this particular moment is telling you what we are seeing so that you can see this and what is happening even as we speak, even though that there have been police officers moving into the parking garage. That happened about 45 minutes ago. We are still seeing police in very tactical postures, taking cover behind police cars and looking in a particular direction. And as Rod Fullenwider, our guest here, the general manager for D&L Protective Services, has pointed out, they are looking up as if the suspect might be in a parking garage or in a position that is higher than street level. Rod, what have you been seeing in the past couple of minutes while I've been doing that recap?
I'm seeing a whole lot of just basically protective defense positions, keep everyone back beyond the perimeter. Let's keep the perimeter clean and safe so they can operate inside. Basically, SWAT can operate inside, and they're going to cut this thing into 14 different parts, and they're going to break down every part right now. So I see them doing what they should be doing.
This is the original video. Listen carefully to this. You'll hear the shooting. That's wind noise. I believe this is the original video where the shooting began. It may be somewhat farther. No, this is where people are running. Listen.
More shots fired.
Yes, you can hear it.
And here we believe we have victims.
Don't know that those are victims. They appear to be people taking cover behind a car. Those people that he was referring to are right in front of that parking garage. That's a replay of the video we just saw. So this is a video. So did you hear some of that shooting, some of that soundtrack, Rod?
I did, and it would. I wish I was in a studio where we could actually take out some of the background noise, then we could count the shots clearly. But yeah, there's definitely more. There's a number.
It's more than one. Yeah, and you can certainly hear different kinds of weapons being fired, which would mean that there was return fire on the spot from the police. Hang on, we're going to be able to hear this again. Stand by and see if you can listen to it again.
Is on wall to wall, and there is what appears to be a standoff of some kind underway. And if we could simulcast our friends from KDFW, Fox 4 in Dallas.
All right, they took that off of there.
Steve Eager lead their coverage as their reporters are on scene on what has been an absolutely chaotic night A protest, one with which we've become familiar in recent months, turned violent and shooters began firing. Now it is unclear to us exactly how many. You see, we're squeezing back our local station so you can see them, and their reporting is, according to sources, 3 to 6 police officers down during downtown Dallas shooting. Let's listen as Fox 4 reports from Dallas.
Transition. Sean Rabb is in now. Sean, I know you've been working the phones. What have you learned?
Yeah, this is, listen, there are multiple officers who are gravely injured, according to my sources in the Dallas Police Department. This is going to be a very horrible night before the sun rises. There are 3 to 6 officers who are as many as 6 officers, 5 officers perhaps, who are gravely wounded, according to my sources inside the Dallas Police Department. This is not going to be a good night in the city of Dallas.
This is Sean Rabb reporting. He is a veteran reporter of Fox 4 in Dallas. His police sources are impeccable and his reporting is trustworthy.
Steve, believe that they're still looking for one or both, but I am telling you that this is going to be an horrific night in the city of Dallas.
Obviously, Sean Rabb overcome with emotion here.
You know what I mean, Sean? This
Right.
is going to be a worldwide type of story, and it's awful. And
it is. It is peaceful assembly, the right to protest, to boisterously and animatedly and emotionally charged express anger and frustration is a constitutional right that we in America enjoy. We are one of the few countries where police stand by and let us vent and do that in a way that is not harmful to human beings. But tonight something went very wrong. Ugliness, hate showed up and hid under mask and bulletproof vest and hid in darkness with high-powered weapons and opened fire on Dallas and Dart police officers.
yeah, and we should mention, Sean, just to kind of clarify, that takes preparation and planning. If the reports are true that they were in kind of camo gear with bulletproof vests and masks and all that, that took a little preparation.
Rod Fullenwider is our guest here. He's the general manager for DNL Protective Services. Rod, what we're hearing now from Sean Rabb is that indeed these men were wrapped in what may be body armor and were prepared for a pretty serious gunfight.
It certainly appears that way, and you know that's really what we're up against these days, John David, is that law enforcement knows, based upon the most recent previous events, these guys are coming in with body armor and they're coming in with high-tech weapons. We went through this years ago where law enforcement was outgunned and law enforcement had to change what type of weapons they use. We went into body armor for police officers. Now we're seeing more and more of that. And, we just saw another SWAT vehicle going down the street. I'm looking at multiple police agencies here now. So it's all hands on deck today. Okay. Right now it is all hands on deck from every law enforcement agency in North Texas is going to probably have officers at this scene right now.
Well, you stay where you are because we need you right here where you are there. Just saying, Rod. I know the racehorse in you saying I need to go to work, but stick with us if you can, please.
I'm here with you.
Thank you.
I'm not going any place.
Rod Fullenwider is our guest. He's our expert eyes on the scene. We are watching video from Fox News Channel and KDFW. KDFW has been all over this coverage. They have been brilliant in what they have been bringing us, and they are showing us some very, very good video. I mean, when you start looking at what they are showing you, you are close enough to be able to see the police moving in tactical manners. And so you're watching this thing unfold, and what we're trying to figure out is, Rod, you said that there were very few times, any time during the year, when more than one rifleer is involved, but it appears as though there may be two shooters involved in this particular event.
Yeah, it does appear that way. We certainly had two at Columbine. We had two in San Bernardino. We've had two before, and it may be becoming the new norm. I don't know. You certainly can't excuse that or walk away from that thought as bad as that thought is.
We've got. Go ahead. We've got some information off of social media. Watching on Fox News showed live footage of multiple officers looking as if they were deceased on the ground, heard shots. Did not see that myself. Police scanner said that 6 officers were down. Update number 1. Fox News said a cop just told them 2 police officers have been shot. Police scanners saying that they may think a possible sniper is in a floor off of the street level. Sniper and rifles hanging out of the window. Suspect possibly pinned down. This, according to police scanner, the suspect is cornered. Not sure if it's 100% accurate. And this was some time ago, but from what we understand now, that is the very latest we have. That's the closest to speculation we're going to get, because we're simply going to report what we see and what we hear. And much of this, as Rod Fullenwider just told us, very much unconfirmed, and so you are seeing news being made, and we are covering it on the fly here on the Wells Report on 660 AM. The Answer. This is a very tough night for all of us here in Dallas, Texas. Rod, we're going to put you on hold for just a couple of seconds. Please continue to watch the video. We want to bring in Dr. Alex Del Carmen. He heads up the School of Criminology, Criminal Justice, and Strategic Studies at Tarleton State University in Fort Worth. He works with police departments from coast to coast on training, tactics, and profiling. Doctor, welcome to the Wells Report. Good to have you here.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Talk to us a little bit. I don't know how much of this coverage you have seen, but it appears as though there are a few things that seem to be cogent with this being an attack on police officers. The protesters moved by once they were clear. Maybe a shooter, maybe 2 shooters opened up on the police. From 3 to 6 officers may have been injured in this. We are hearing that there may be some grave wounds here. What have you? What's gone through your mind as you've taken a look at this reporting so far?
And so I clearly think that this is a purposeful attack on police officers. I mean, what we have been seeing nationally for the past couple of days, it seems to be symptomatic of what ended up happening this evening in Dallas. Unfortunately, 2 innocent police officers have been taken to the hospital. One of them, from what I understand, was shot in the arm, is the latest news here out of Dallas. But the situation currently is fluid. Things are moving rather quickly, and it probably will not be until later on in the hour that we're going to find out more about what exactly happened.
All right. Talk to us a little bit about what kind of human being decides to do something along this line. Give us a profile of. Well, hang on just a couple of seconds. There's some eyewitnesses talking to us. Let's take those comments.
It's happening in Dallas. Everything's somewhere else. It's elsewhere, and they're bringing it here. The anger, everything erupting in the streets. It's inevitable.
Andrea, for yourself, watching what's happening right now in downtown Dallas at this very moment, what are your thoughts?
I'm sorry. I'm scared because, like I said, it was a peaceful protest that I've been, watching throughout the whole time here, and it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, and I'm just sorry for the officers who got hurt. I'm sorry for the protesters who were, scared and things like that, having to get down on the ground, and because all chaos was just out of control here. So it's just really unfortunate series of events, that happened.
Well, ladies, thank you so much for your time. We are glad you are safe. We want to give you a quick live look at the situation right now. We're here at the corner of Murphy Street and Main Street. Police tape right now keeping us even further and further back. There are just layers upon layers of police vehicles here and police officers lining the streets here, trying to keep the public at bay so that negotiators and officers who are at the actual scene can do their job. But a lot of curious people out here, as you can imagine, hearing that succession of gunfire echoing through downtown Dallas. And then if we take a live look here, just panning over, just really seeing the amount of people.
That's reporter Alex Boyer from KDFW, who's been doing some superb work tonight. Doctor, let's talk quickly before a special report from SRN News. Let's talk quickly about what we were discussing. What kind of profile do we see in somebody that would do something like this?
So obviously this person, whoever did this, or a number of people that did this, are incredibly violent. they've distorted the truth, and anyone that aims at a police officer, clearly has to be ill, mentally and physically. I mean, the reality is law enforcement, in spite of the challenges that we've seen in the past few years, it's one of the noblest professions, in the world. And so to aim and shoot at a police officer, you clearly cannot be of the right state of mind.
Certainly the case. So we are listening to some other video here.
Somebody's really armed to the teeth.
Yeah, we heard a full-on gunfight, Doctor, as you can hear. Yeah, Doctor, we're going to go ahead and pass on the special report. We'll get back to that probably at 50. We'll probably have another SRN report, sir. But let's continue our conversation about these incredibly violent people that would arm themselves to as much as they possibly could and take shots at police officers. Are they radicalized by, say, for example, the rhetoric that's coming, the very angry rhetoric coming out of Washington, D.C.? I'm not trying to pin anything on anyone. I'm just trying to come up with causative effects. What are your thoughts on that?
It's hard to say at this point. You've got fanatics on both sides of the equation when it comes to the racial issue. And so it's really hard to say whether or not these individuals are true believers, or they're people that simply want to add more violence and more confusion to the current mix and to the current questions that have been raised nationwide. So we're going to be able to see that in the coming days and weeks, I imagine, with the arrests that reportedly were made this evening. But right now, what we do know is that these individuals were armed. My guess is that these were high-caliber weapons that were used against innocent bystanders and police officers that were trying to protect the lives of others.
Certainly, indeed. Dr. Alex Del Carmen, thank you very much for joining us here on the Wells Report. You head up the School of Criminology, Criminal Justice, and Strategic Studies at Tarleton State. We sincerely appreciate everything that you've contributed to tonight's broadcast. We'd like to keep your telephone number and bring you back if we can a little bit later on when it becomes necessary.
You bet. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. In case you are just joining us, you are listening to the Wells Report. I am John David Wells. We are covering what was a very violent night tonight in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. Apparently 3 to 6 police officers have been shot by as many as 2 gunmen. That's what we've heard so far. Again, none of this has been confirmed. But what we are doing is we are hearing that there certainly is plenty of violence to report on, and we'll continue doing that as we cover a very, very difficult and very violent night in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. Once again, our telephone number is 866-660-5759. I had a call from Joe earlier who just passed by, and unfortunately wasn't able to take that phone call. But if we'll talk to Rod Fullenwider when we come back on 660 AM The Answer. This is the Wells Report. Don't move. We'll be right back.
This is Howard Garrett, the Dirt Doctor, and I'd like to invite you to join me for our talk show every Sunday morning. We're actually trying to convert the world to organics. We talk about the natural organic program for farming, ranching, gardening, and pest control. Also, a lot of talk about health issues for animals and people. Hope you can join us for all the fun.
Make sure to tune in to Howard Garrett, the Dirt Doctor, every Sunday morning from 8 to 11 a.m. right here on 660 a.m. The Answer.
The anticipation is finally giving way to reality. Here it comes, the 2016 Republican Convention in Cleveland. Hi, I'm John David Wells, and Mark Davis and I want to invite you to the final night convention watch party.
JD, there's only one thing more exciting than the last night of the convention, with the acceptance speech, the analysis, the official start of the real campaign, and that's the chance to watch it all with listeners.
This will be just like our debate watching parties at Studio Movie Grill, Spring Valley in 75. $10 will get you a ticket at 660amtheanswer.com. Come watch the convention's biggest night with your radio friends.
And bring your friends and family. It's live history in the making, so let's enjoy it together. The 2016 Republican Convention Final Night Watch Party, Studio Movie Grill, Spring Valley in 75. Just $10 for tickets at 660amtheanswer.com.
This event is sponsored by All Level Concrete Raising and Supporting, North Texas Air, and Texas Scorecard at texasscorecard.com.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick?
If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-700-1331.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use. I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited time offer, only available by calling 1-800-700-1331. That's 1-800-700-1331.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. MiniCPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 10 days by calling 1-800-300-0338. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call minicpap.com now for your 10-day at-home trial. 1-800-300-0338. That's 1-800-300-0338.
Nothing interrupts a productive day like feeling worn out. And nothing interrupts a good night's sleep like snoring. It's not just your other half who feels the pain.
Honey, roll over!
Snoring and sleep apnea leave you tired during the day and increase your risk for health problems. Isn't it time to shut down snoring for good? Simple Sleep Services has the solution that really works without painful surgery, creepy CPAP machines, or bulky masks. Just a comfortable custom mouthpiece. And Simple Sleep's provided more in 5 years than anyone in the U.S. It's covered by medical insurance, and there's no pain or downtime. With Simple Sleep, you'll have more energy every day and more restful relaxation at night.
Honey, roll over.
Visit our full-service centers in Dallas and Fort Worth, online at simplesleepservices.com, or call us at 469-685-1700. Simple Sleep, 469-685-1700.
simplesleepservices.com.
Are you concerned a stock market crash is coming? If you're retired or retiring soon, protect yourself now.
This is Ken Moraif, host of the Money Matters radio show, inviting you to our free seminar.
This special event is 10 a.m. Saturday, Burleson Hampton Inn. Ken was featured in MarketWatch, Wall Street Journal, and Forbes. Clients that followed his advice were out of the stock market in 2008. You can't afford to miss this event. Please reserve now at moneymatters.net. That's moneymatters.net, or call 800-994-0302.
Learn a little something at the start of your day. The Mark Davis Show. Mornings 7 to 10 on 660 AM. The Answer. The Wells Report is on 660 AM. The Answer.
You are listening to the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. Sad news. While we were away on break, Dallas Area Rapid Transit is now confirming at least one of their officers has indeed been killed tonight. There have been 3 other officers that have been taken to various hospitals, one including Baylor downtown, also to Parkland Hospital. It remains an active shooter situation. Police have asked everyone to get to safety, avoid downtown Dallas. The shots were fired as the march was moving down Lamar Street near Griffin before 9 p.m. Earlier tonight, we had reports that the shooters had waited until the marchers had cleared, and then they opened fire on police following behind them. An officer at the scene told News 8's Maria Saavedra the shooter had a rifle. She described several volleys of quick bursts of gunfire. And we are listening to Fox News coverage here on 660 AM The Answer. Joining us is Dominic in Lantana. Thanks for joining us, Dom. You know, we're watching what we normally see in other cities visiting us here tonight.
Here's what frustrates me. I'm watching the news, and they constantly make reference to
the tension against police. You know, let me make one thing clear. I am not a crazy Southern white racist, okay? But I will say this. When we have a president who constantly gets on TV and makes comments about the racial divide in this country every time a black person is killed. Now, whether they should have been or shouldn't have been, let's just leave that out for now. How could you not have anything other than animosity between the races, if you will?
Stand by, Dominic. We've got something happening on Fox News Channel.
There is no danger at this moment to the general public. One suspect has been, quote, neutralized, unquote. The other suspect is pinned down. As for these reports of injuries, respect and admire the reporting of Fox 4 in Dallas. Fox News can confirm 4 people are shot. 1 has died. The other 3 have non-life-threatening injuries. They are officers for the Dallas Area Rapid Transit, or DART. We are led to believe by local reports that other officers are injured. We have no reports of civilians injured. This suggests to us a targeted attack on police. Is it possible that we will get information which suggests otherwise? It is. As of this reporting, everything that we have from official sources and otherwise suggests that tonight in Dallas, during a peaceful protest, people, according to the local reporting, possibly dressed in masks and clothing of similar kind, have attacked police officers. That's the reporting as best we have it at this moment. It's 11:30 on the East Coast, 10:30 p.m. in Dallas, where a wild scene has played out throughout the night, where we know that multiple officers have been shot, and authorities now suggest through the Dallas Morning News that they have another suspect, quote, pinned down, unquote, as tensions are very high in the wake of the shooting of 2 black men by white police officers, first in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in the very early morning hours of Tuesday, outside a convenience store, where a man who has for years sold CDs outside that store. We are led to believe there was a call to police suggesting that that man had threatened someone with a weapon. The story is police arrive, they find the man there, there's a scuffle, there's videotape, the man is taken to the ground, he's then subsequently shot.
That is Shepard Smith from Fox News Channel. He is reporting on a shooting that happened that may be the spark that perhaps started this attack tonight in Dallas, Texas. That would have been one of the persons that were shot in the last couple of days. 37-year-old Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 32-year-old Philandro Castile. It appears as though that Shepard Smith is talking about Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge as someone who sold CDs outside a convenience store and then lost his life in a fracas with police officers. Got this from DART Media. In fact, this is official. 4 DART police officers shot in downtown Dallas. 1 deceased, others not life-threatening injuries. No IDs yet. Updates via Twitter. We are watching that like a hawk. Rejoining us is Rod Fullenwider. Rod, terrible news tonight as one of the DART police officers of 4 apparently have indeed lost their lives.
Yeah, that's absolutely unacceptable and unbelievably tragic for this officer and the other officers and their families. This is terrible.
Yeah, indeed. We are...
is dead.
Yeah. And Sean Rabb is reporting on KDFW tonight.
Yeah, and
they're asking, Dallas police asking for any citizen with information regarding the shooting to call them now, 214.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rod. I'm sorry. We were listening to Sean Rabb on KDFW earlier.
Well, they're now showing on Fox, they're showing 10 officers shot, 3 dead. They're saying they're definitely 2 snipers is what they're showing. So, you know, we've got somewhat of an anomaly here, although we have seen a little bit of this in the past. I wonder, you know, and I'm sort of wondering out loud with you, you know, it would appear to me that maybe these guys intended to target officers, obviously, but maybe they had a different target. They found out about the protest and decided now, hey, you know what, let's move up our plan let's go today. Let's get these officers while we know they'll be taking care of the parade and the protest.
That crossed my mind as well, because I thought, and this unfortunately strays into speculation, but that crossed my mind because this looks like not your typical hothead with a pistol or a rifle even. This looks like a coordinated attack, as we have heard zero reports of any civilians being shot in this.
Right. And then I would, if you're familiar with the Fusion Center in downtown Dallas with the Dallas Police and that whole setup, it's just a phenomenal setup. Those guys track all these things. If there would have been a specific or even a non-specific target of this situation, they would have handled things differently. The fact that they didn't have anything and that the FBI obviously didn't have anything tells me that these guys probably were ready to do something else, and they moved it up and said, let's go today.
By the way, I just saw a super on the 10 officers. The DPD, the Dallas Police Department, is reporting that 10 officers have been shot. 3 are dead.
Right.
And we don't know where the injuries are on the other police officers. We're watching this unfold as a terrible night gets even worse.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw it a minute ago, but there's some knucklehead who's dressed in fatigues and everything and had SWAT gear on. I say SWAT gear. He had on some protective gear, and he came in and laid down in front of police officers, and they arrested him. But I mean, these situations bring out every knucklehead in the world that wants to get a few minutes of TV time as well, and that just really distracts from the real issue at hand here.
Yeah, I saw that and did not report it. I'm glad you did, because I looked at that and I said, okay, well, that's just, as you so appropriately called him, a knucklehead trying to look for a little bit of attention, which is just too bad here. But this is turning into a much bigger event, as now we have the Dallas police chief is now reporting 3 officers dead, confirmed by Fox News, and this is getting worse by the moment.
Yeah. If there's any good news here, and there's not in a situation like this, but if there is any, the good news is there's not been any shots fired in over an hour now. Okay. And so hopefully we're not going to see any new victims from what's been going on for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, it appears as though they have neutralized one, which I think is police speak, and certainly Dallas police speak for he is assuming room temperature. The other one being pinned down. It seems to me that from what I just heard, they are negotiating with that person. I don't know how much of a negotiation that they're going to have, but I'm sure that what they're trying to do, if these are trained operators, and they appear to be, if they are trained operators, I don't know whether this is not somebody that might be looking for martyrdom. Don't have any idea on that. And once again, we're trying very, very hard to stay away from speculation at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what we can count on in that is if they are talking to him, yes, they're trying to talk him down, but at the same time, they're also going to be trained officers talking to him, trying to remove every piece of information out of him they possibly can, to give them insight, to give them details, to give them any thought process as to why and how any of this really happened.
Yeah, indeed.
So all that'll be happening right now with this guy. And the end result will be, if they can get him down peacefully, that's what they want.
So here's what we have. The very latest is that earlier tonight there was a protest of 2 shootings, police shootings of black men around the country. This created a protest march in Dallas, Texas tonight. Following that march at Lamar and Griffin, shooters opened up. 3 police officers have been killed, according to the Dallas police chief. 2 are in surgery. 3 additional are in critical condition. And once again, we have heard no information whatsoever. We've heard no information about any citizens being shot. At this point, Alex Boyer is back on KDFW. Let's go with him as he has some more eyewitnesses.
Sudden said to put his hands in the air. What do you recall?
I recall this gentleman, he was sitting right in front of the bar, like in that area, right here. And the crowd just started to separate. And I was like, what is going on? And his hands were up. And I saw an officer with his gun drawn, waving it around towards the crowd. Everybody's like, hey, like, what is going on? He's walking. And then they just grab him, put him on the ground, and arrest him. Like, it was craziness.
And Clarissa, you said, I know you don't know the gentleman, but you said you were standing by him. We were nearby as well. What did you think when you saw it all start to happen? Did you notice what he was doing? It seemed like he was just kind of standing.
He had his hands up.
But prior to that, it seemed like he was just standing in the crowd talking to somebody.
Right. He was just sitting around minding his business, just like the rest of us, waiting to, I guess, make his next move, go home or anything like that.
Sure. And from what I remember hearing police say, they were saying that he had some sort of flat jacket or a body armor.
Saying that he had, I guess, a protection. I guess you can say a bulletproof vest, but that doesn't mean that he was the shooter. That doesn't mean he was a suspect. He was with us the entire time. So I don't understand why they pulled him over there. I don't understand that.
And again, just to clarify, you don't know him, but he was standing in the crowd of people where you were.
Yes, right here, right over there near that bar.
Right in front of.
All right, so they may be discussing this other actor that joined in this very inappropriately, Rod, because we just saw a replay of the video of the guys you were talking about earlier, and there appeared to be more than one with their hands raised over their heads walking towards police officers. I did not see the actor waving a gun, but whoever it was both of these guys, from what I understand, or all three of them, were pretty much taken away by police. And what really bothers me is that why are there citizens? Why is the citizenry even in that area to interact with the police at all?
Well, I think part of what you have is that because of where the location is, you have a lot of folks downtown who are actually stuck down there right now, and they can't get to their vehicles, they can't get to the guardrail, they can't get to a lot of places to get out of downtown. Taxis aren't running downtown, Uber's not running downtown, so they're stuck, and so it's going to force some interaction. But here's the thing: this guy that we saw a few minutes ago, this person they're talking about, I don't know what the citizens expect, but I know that if we just had at least 10 officers who we know have been shot, and you've got who even knows how many police officers in downtown right now. Anyone who looks like they might be a problem or might want to create a situation, the police are going to stop them to investigate and to make sure that person's not going to hurt themselves or hurt someone else, and to make sure that that person is not interfering with what the police are doing right now, and that is trying to stop this entire situation. And so they're going to handcuff that guy. They're going to put him in a police car. They're going to take him away from the scene, and they're going to talk to him. And they're going to determine if he's broken any laws. They'll determine if they're going to charge him. If there's not any laws broken, they're going to say, you're a knucklehead, go home, and that's going to be that. So people need to understand police are going to control this situation, and they've done what appears to be an extremely good job of it at this point. And they're going to have to do it one of these knuckleheads at a time.
We are currently monitoring Fox News Channel. This is Shepard Smith, and he is going back to the beginning of this earlier tonight, somewhere around 9 o'clock.
And then suddenly shots ring out. The word now from the Dallas police is 2 snipers apparently shot 10 police officers during these protests. 3 officers are confirmed dead. 1 from the Dallas Police Department, I should say 2 from the Dallas Police Department, 1 from the Dallas Area Rapid Transit, or DART. 2 others are reported to be in surgery at this moment, and a total of 3 are in critical condition. It is Dallas Area Rapid Transit which reports 3 of its officers who were involved in, were shot in this, are left with non-life-threatening injuries, and that is the best news I have of the night. We have been led to believe throughout the night that one of the suspects was neutralized. This was the reporting from the early going. Now we have what we've just seen, this person taken down. Is he related in any way? We don't know. He was suspiciously dressed. There are other reports from the Dallas Morning News, from KDFW in Dallas, that another suspect is pinned down. The truth of the matter is there is a level of chaos in downtown Dallas which is hard to remember in recent decades in America, as 2 snipers have taken to an elevated perch during what was a planned, on social media, peaceful protest. Similar protests happening in New York, where, as it turns out, 10 people were arrested on Fifth Avenue for various reasons, but certainly nothing of this nature. We don't have any reports of violence anywhere outside of Dallas, where these 2 snipers, unknown, said to have been armed to the hilt and apparently ready for battle, began shooting from their perch at innocent Dallas police officers who were guarding those who were exercising their First Amendment rights and marching in the streets. In response to two horrifying shootings, there is no doubt in the early morning hours of Tuesday in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and the evening hours of Wednesday outside St. Paul, Minnesota, in Falcon Heights, where two black men have been killed by two different police officers' gunshots. These peaceful protests were ongoing. Civil rights leaders and others urging peaceful protests. The mayor of Baton Rouge, the governor of Louisiana, urging peaceful protests. The mayor of St. Paul, the governor of Minnesota, saying, making various statements, but the long and short of it, please protest and do so peacefully, and that appears to be what everyone has done. But two people with guns, snipers, have attacked in Dallas, and the situation is quite fluid. And though we will have multiple reports, and we'll be on the air throughout the night, we'll have multiple reports of what is happening at the moment, but it is a very fluid situation, and information is hard to pin down. And our friends at KDFW in Dallas have absolutely led the way with spot-on reporting all night. We thank them, and our hearts bleed for Dallas tonight as we continue to watch the reporting of our local friends, Steve Eager, Sean Rabb, and the rest.
So we're not in their way.
So, Rod Fullenwider, we have some more information here that involve the snipers shot from elevated positions. This is coming from the police and is confirmed. They shot from elevated positions. They are extremely proficient, as far as I can tell you, because they apparently took out their first three targets with very serious, deadly precision, and then moved on to target others as they ran, which would explain why they weren't necessarily wounded as gravely, although 2 are in surgery, 3 in critical condition, 3 officers are already gone. What are your thoughts?
I think it's a terrible situation, and I'm, like we said earlier, obviously from elevated position, it gives them a better range of shot. It gives them a better visibility of a shot. Tactically, it's a very smart move on their part. And tactically, it's also harder to find them initially.
Well, it also, from a standpoint, certainly belies some skill.
It does. It's skill and forethought. Obviously, they probably did some training, not from that location, but at other locations, and they brought it all together tonight. And it's a very sad and terrible situation. And it brings up 2 big points for me. One, so far as the injured officers, do they need to have a blood drive tomorrow so that we can get a bunch of people out in mass to make sure we have plenty of blood for these officers?
Here.
And then the other thing is, I know that Dallas PD has been struggling, and Chief Brown and his team have been struggling to get enough police officers on the streets in Dallas. They're down by, quite a few officers from what they're supposed to have. I don't know that necessarily contributed or had anything to do with this evening, but it speaks to we need to do something different with the Dallas PD so that we can get the right number of police officers on our streets, and we can get the right type of officers with the right training on our streets.
Sir, the only thing I can say about that is, we've been looking at Baltimore, and Baltimore has lost somewhere in excess of 6% of their officers.
Right.
With all of this inflammatory rhetoric, I'm just going to say that it's inflammatory rhetoric coming out of Washington, D.C. regarding this, and certainly other places as well. But with all of this inflammatory rhetoric coming out, you're in a situation where police officers are looking, especially in major urban areas, they're looking at a situation where they are damned if they do, and they are damned if they don't. Now we have the DOJ looking at a civil rights violation in the 2 shootings that have occurred. And I'll be honest with you, and I think you've probably seen this video. The video of these 2 shootings that are being protested looks terrible. Now, we have seen this before. I mean, we have seen terrible looking video. We saw it in Baltimore. We saw it in Ferguson. We saw it in Florida. And it turns out that not all police officers involved in this were acting in contravention of their training or their charter as police officers. So when we look at this and we get the bigger picture, a lot of times, one picture is worth 1,000 words, but 990 of them may be wrong.
Right. Well, and yeah, we have yesterday's events, and they're terrible. But what we didn't see It's what occurred prior to this selected piece of video that we have. You know, we have to put it in its proper perspective. And right now, we don't have the proper perspective on the events from yesterday. We have pieces of the perspective. And, you know, Ferguson is probably the best example that I know of, because here you have Michael Brown, who, you know, so many people tried to say was this wonderful walking saint. And the reality of it was he was a thug and a punk who was abusive and beat people on a regular basis. And in fact, the day that it happened was committing a crime, you know. And yet now, as a result of that, we had an officer, a 7 or 8 year police officer, who had an impeccable career, had a great track record, always wanted to be a police officer, and in a matter of no time, his entire life and career was ruined. And he can't be an officer anymore. You know, it's just not going to happen. And yet, how many, was it 3 or 4 different groups looked at him to try to prosecute him, and they could not find one thing that he did wrong. You know, and I'm not saying that's the case in every case, but in his case, it certainly was. Some of these others, we know we're dealing with professional criminals. And I know one of the guys yesterday is a convicted criminal. You know, so it's tough, you know. But any of that does not justify 1 or 2 people coming out now and choosing to execute police officers on any street in America.
Rod Fullenwider is our guest. You're listening to the Wells Report. This is 660 AM The Answer. We are dipping in and out of coverage from Fox News Channel, as there have been some horrific shootings tonight. Just to bring you up to date, 3 Dallas area rapid transit police officers have been shot. Actually, as many as 10 have been shot. 3 have lost their lives, according to the Dallas Police Department chief of police. Shots were reported fired in downtown Dallas last night, or tonight, during a protest over shootings by police of black men in Louisiana and Minnesota. 2 Dallas officers were shot, and this is old information. The shootings happened as protests were underway about 2 blocks from Dealey Plaza. Video showed the crowd suddenly sprinting away. Clarissa Miles said she was eating at McDonald's when the chaos began. Everybody was screaming. People were running. I saw at least probably 30 shots go off. Maybe not that many, but who knows? I was walking next to an officer who was helping with the protest. All of a sudden, I saw 6 to 8 shots. It looked like 2 officers went down. Another witness who was at the protest told the station he heard multiple gunshots. Whoever was shooting had a rifle. I know guns. The shots were in rapid succession. The video showed numerous police officers crouching behind their vehicles. Others approached the location holding protective shields. The shooting occurred as Americans across the nation vented their anger over police killings of 2 black men in 2 days. Referring to protests in both St. Paul, Minnesota, and in New York. And Rod Fullenwider is, by the way, the general manager for D&L Protective Services. The snipers shot from elevated positions. Eyewitnesses are saying that they fired with strategic intent. Give us an idea of what kind of training it takes to be able to parse out these targets with regards to, hang on a second, something's happening on the video. Let's join the coverage now.
I don't think that it's pertaining.
Okay,
Sorry,
it doesn't have anything to do with it. Okay. We're just, like I said, this is all breaking news, and what we're doing is we're watching very carefully to seeing dynamic movements on the video screen to try to bring you the very latest up-to-date coverage, courtesy of Fox News Channel and KDFW as well. We want to thank them very much for allowing us to carry their coverage. Anyway, Rod, give us an idea of how much training it takes to be able to in a live situation downtown, be able to pick a couple of what had to be very competent shooting positions and start taking individual targets, essentially walking down a street.
Well, I think in this case, they had to have some idea of what the route of the protest parade would be. They were then able to, section off and determine where the police officers are at, and they're going to be able to figure that out pretty easy because it's the guys wearing the badges and the guns. And at that point, they're able, because they're sitting in a perch someplace, they're able to sit there and at least on those first couple of shots each, handpick who they're going to shot. And then the next couple of shots are going to be people trying to respond and figure out what, where did those shots we just hear, where did they come from? What direction did they come from? And, it doesn't matter whether you're trained or not trained. but as an officer who is trained, they're going to pick that up a little faster, but there's still a second or two delay, maybe 3-second delay, and that allows our shooter time to get 1 or 2 more shots off. And so when they're in an elevated position, it's going to probably, they probably picked a place that was clean, so there wasn't anything between them and a number of officers, and they're able to shoot away. What's interesting is we have not heard yet of any secondary injuries, so we haven't heard of pedestrians or civilians hurt. We've heard police officers killed and hurt. So, these guys were proficient. I mean, if we didn't have any secondary injuries, then these guys were very, very proficient, which means they spent time at a range someplace, whether a private range or their own property or a public range. These guys have spent time shooting whatever rifles it is that they're using.
Indeed, they have. Rod Fullenwider, we want to thank you very much for being a part of this broadcast. We're going to keep you here as we keep watching the very latest. Fox now has a reporter out there. I have not caught his name yet, but Shepard Smith and Fox News Channel covering this very, very carefully, taking over for KDFW. Channel 4 here in Dallas, and I've got to tell you, those people truly did a great job. Shepard Smith was completely correct, leading the way with this coverage. KDFW Channel 4, Fox 4 in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Absolutely superb. Let's join some of this coverage as Sean Smith and the reporter on the street begin to give us some more information with this shooting tonight that has cost the lives of at least 3 police officers. Latest we heard, 2 others were in surgery. Don't know what their conditions are, but as soon as they let us know, we will tell you as we continue our coverage tonight of a shooting in Dallas. This is the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer, joining Fox News Channel here for just a couple of moments.
A rally call with a child in the back seat. I wonder if tonight, with the police officers whom we so respect and admire, and for whom we're so thankful, the good police officers across America who keep us safe, as these men and women were in Dallas tonight, and now they are senseless victims of an unthinkable crime. And I can't imagine what Dallas is even like tonight, Casey.
As I said, you can see it in the officers' faces because these are their family members. And Shepard, going back to
reporting, by the way, for Fox News Channel is Casey Stiegel.
Seeing all of these pictures on TV, but it's the social media component that is really so fascinating to this, because people sit on their iPhones at the dentist's office waiting for an appointment. Anywhere now, we carry these little phones that allow us to watch the most graphic of video. Shepard, we were sitting in the newsroom the other day trying to figure out how we were going to cover this story and if we were going to be able to show the video in its entirety, because it is hard to watch. We are showing someone's last moments on this planet. And it is sometimes hard to lose sight of that, whether it's black, white, yellow, green, whatever. Sometimes it is hard to lose sight of that. That is someone's son, that is someone's daughter, that is someone's father taking their last breaths. And we watch that. And it's just, America seems to become so desensitized because we share this stuff around on social media, and we click on it on Facebook, and we tweet it, and we send it around. And we've reached a boiling point, and it's very clear tonight by what has happened here in Dallas, Shepard.
Casey, thank you. We have a picture coming in of a suspect now, Bat 3 here on the deck, if you can access it in the booth. And this is a picture as released by the Dallas Police Department. This is not a Fox News product. This is a picture released by the Dallas Police Department of one of the suspects. The police news conference is beginning. Let's listen.
Confirm one more since we put out the initial 10. 11 officers were shot, and 3 are deceased. Some shot in the back. We believe that these suspects were positioning themselves in a way to triangulate on these officers from 2 different perches in garages in the downtown area, and planned to injure and kill as many law enforcement officers as they could. We are reaching out to the families of all these officers and getting them transported to the hospital, so we'll ask for your prayers for these families, and we ask that you give our officers strength to catch these suspects and bring them to justice. Tonight, if anyone has information about these suspects, please call the Dallas Police Department. Call 911. and give us that information so we can bring these people to justice. We also believe that these suspects have threatened to plant a bomb in the downtown area. We have reached out to our federal law enforcement partners, both the FBI and the ATF, to help us search for both the suspects, or maybe it's more, and to do a very thorough search of this area where we believe there might be a bomb planted. And again, I'll quickly take some questions, but I want to remind you, we got one of these suspects cornered, and I need to get back and take care of the business of protecting this city. So
let me finish, and then we'll take the questions. Okay.
Chief David Brown, and this is the Mayor, Mike Rawlings.
Everybody to focus on one thing right now, and that is the Dallas police officers, their families, those that are deceased, those that are in the hospital, fighting for their lives. Let's all come together and support our police officers. I've never been as proud. I believe we've got one of the best forces in the nation, and we've done things with civil rights in the right way, and we've done it for the safety of our citizens. So please, let's come together right now as a city. Let's take some questions.
Chief, talk about the pictures you guys want put out. Who are these people you're looking for in the pictures? They handed a bunch of these out.
Right, we wanted to show a person of interest who witnesses at the scene say were involved in this shooting in some way. So this is a person of interest. As you can see, they're in camouflage, and they have a rifle strap slung with a rifle butt sticking up. And we know that rifles were used to injure and kill Dallas officers and a DART officer. And so if anyone knows or recognizes this picture, please immediately call 911. Do not approach this suspect. We'll bring him to justice.
Chief, I'm sorry, to get the numbers, there's 10 Dallas police officers that have been shot, 3 Dallas police officers deceased, 1 DART officer, 1 DART officer shot, or does that include the 10 for also DART?
Right, so again, the initial release was we had 10 officers shot. One of those officers is a DART officer, and they're deceased. Another DART officer was injured, but not deceased. There's 2 Dallas officers deceased. And as I mentioned, to update you, from that initial 10, we've had an additional officer to bring the total to 11. Any other questions?
And we also have one civilian.
Yes.
Wounded or killed?
Wounded. Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll get back to you guys.
All right, and so what you are getting here is that was Dallas Police Chief David Brown reporting exactly what was going on. Now 11 officers shot, 3 deceased, 2 DPD officers, 1 DART officer, 2 others in surgery tonight. You are listening to special live coverage, a shooting in Dallas. This is the Wells Report on KSKY, Balch Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth. I'm John David Wells. Joining us is going to be in just a couple of moments, Rod Fullenwider. I was going to get ready to go. I was going back to him. And what I would very much like to do is I'd like to get Rod Fullenwider there, because what we are seeing is we're seeing a couple of guys. There were a person of interest referred to by Chief David Brown. This person was African-American. He was in a camo t-shirt. He looked to me like he was wearing a single point sling. I'm sorry, a single point sling and a rifle that was being carried down by his side. And what we're doing here is we're looking for more information. I'd like to get Rod Fullenwider back on as quickly as we possibly can to back up what I thought I saw. It was one of those situations where this person of interest is smiling on this photograph that we have. Now, we're not sure that this is somebody who was involved, but he is certainly not wearing any kind of body armor. But what he is doing is he's looking like he is well familiar with that weapon, and indeed carrying it properly. That looks like a single point sling to me. Does that look like a single point sling to you, Rod?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Now that's for those people who don't know what I'm talking about. That's a loop that goes around your body. It holds your rifle in a very convenient position. It allows complete movement in any direction. You can bring it up to your shoulder. You can shoot from your hip. You can do anything like that. That was a very, again, this points out to these people certainly were very proficient at words you used earlier tonight.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they're also now saying, that the chief said they're looking for a device of some type that was planted in downtown. These things you and I talked about an hour ago, and they're looking for those very things you and I talked about.
Exactly, and we're certainly hoping that that's not going to be the case. But because what has happened is that indeed there are people who you were referring to as being stuck downtown, milling around in the middle of this crime scene. And if indeed there is a device there, they're certainly rife to be, become casualties tonight. If indeed these perpetrators did plant a weapon or did plant a bomb and are able to get it to go off. And that's something that you said also, which was that in a lot of cases, these particular devices don't always function properly. So,
and that's good. That's a good thing. But they, these guys appear to be proficient at what they were doing with their rifles. There's not a device, and if there is a device, let's hope that it does not function as well as they did with their rifles.
Okay, here is another report from an eyewitness. Let's listen to this.
It was about to end as we were walking back down Commerce to come back to the rally point, and I was about in the middle, so I heard like 4 loud pops, and then it sounded like some rapid fire after that, and then the crowd just started running in all kind of different directions.
Changa, what did you do when you heard those gunshots? Where'd you go?
Well, I was just trying to get, first of all, my kids out of the way, and then just direct people out of the way.
Yeah. Changa is somebody who is part of a grassroots coalition like this, who wanted to see this go peacefully. Kind of how does your heart feel right now, knowing how this has ended with the death of several officers and injury of others?
It's tragic. When people want to see reform, people want to see police be held accountable when they feel like it's murder. So,
sure. Well, obviously tonight, Changa, thank you for your perspective. A lot of people, though, praying for the officers, obviously, who did not see this coming, as we believe that they may have been ambushed, just doing their job, trying to protect the people who are out here exercising their First Amendment right to gather and express their opinion. As you take a live look, guys, down Main Street right now, it's just amazing to see this sea of flashing lights here. Just dozens and dozens of Dallas police cruisers continue to block the roadway here. What is usually Main Street, what is usually a very busy thoroughfare through downtown Dallas tonight, now a parking lot filled with police cars as we all wait and see how tonight is all going to play out. A lot of people here continuing to stick around and observe the situation and everything that's going on out here. Back to you guys.
All right, you are listening to special live coverage of shooting in Dallas. This is the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer. I'm John David Wells. We are joined by Rod Fullenweiner, who is the general manager for D&L Protective Services. He's an operator of some experience. He is very, very good and has been bringing brilliant analysis to this. Earlier today, we had some rhetoric from President Obama. We had some comments by him regarding the 2 police shootings that are the basis for tonight's protest. The one involving 37-year-old Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge and 32-year-old Philandro Castile in suburban St. Paul, Minnesota. This was what the president had to say. He was in Poland tonight, or earlier today, and this is what he had to say regarding the statistics regarding who was killed by police officers in the United States.
According to various studies, not just one, but a wide range of studies that have been carried out over a number of years, African Americans are 30% more likely than whites to be pulled over. After being pulled over, African Americans and Hispanics are 3 times more likely to be searched. Last year, African Americans were shot by police at more than twice the rate of whites. African Americans are arrested at twice the rate of whites. African American defendants are 75% more likely to be charged with offenses carrying mandatory minimums. They receive sentences that are almost 10% longer than comparable whites arrested for the same crime. So that if you add it all up, the African American and Hispanic population, who make up only 30% of the general population, make up more than half of the incarcerated population. Now, these are facts. And when incidents like this occur, there's a big chunk of our fellow citizenry that feels as if, because of the color of their skin, they are not being treated the same. And that hurts. And that should trouble all of us. This is not just a black issue. It's not just a Hispanic issue. This is an American issue.
It may be indeed an American issue, but at this particular moment, many of us are trying to figure out just exactly what the president is trying to say. You know, because after his comments in the past, we have had other boiling over of racial tensions, including gunplay and including the loss of police officers' lives, famously in New York with an execution of 2 officers sitting in their squad car. I'm not trying to lay this on President Obama, but that rhetoric is not helpful. Does that square with what you're thinking, Rod?
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things here, the reason it's hard to determine what he's trying to say is because he's only giving a small portion of the picture. What he's not saying, for instance, is, yes, there's a disproportionate number of blacks who are arrested, right? What he didn't say, which is also true, is that the vast majority of crimes committed by blacks are crimes committed against blacks by blacks. And Hispanics tend to create crimes predominantly against Hispanics. Whites typically commit crimes against whites. This is not a new thing in our society. This has been part of our society for a long, long time. And none of that necessarily is right, by the way, but those are the facts, and it is how it works. So he's trying to give a little piece and stir the pot and make people get all agitated and upset in dealing with emotion instead of saying, hey, let's deal with the facts and let's fix some of these things. But we can't fix them if we're not going to deal with the issues as they really are. And so let's not, I mean, my opinion is, from watching the guy for the last number of years, is he's done more to move us backwards in our racial issues than any president in our history, from what I can see.
All right, now there is a report that 1 civilian has indeed been wounded. Let's go. Let's see if we have any of that information.
We're saying that he heard what he estimates 50 to 60 shots, and we just played tape to our audience, and you could see the people running. It looked like absolute pandemonium.
This is Casey Stiegel again. He's interviewing an eyewitness.
How to run, man? You fear for your life instantly. I've been in a couple situations like that, but nothing like that. That was crazy.
Daniel Gaines, I'm glad you and your wife are okay tonight. Thanks for talking with us. Shepard Trawan was at the rally. You say you got here about 7 o'clock or so?
Yeah, about 7:10, 7 o'clock, something like that, yeah.
And everything was going as planned, everything smoothly?
The entire rally was peaceful. Everybody was peaceful at the rally. There was no violence, no corruption, nothing. The whole thing was peaceful.
And you guys are making your way back to Belo Garden here to finish up.
No. Well, when they started marching up here, I went across the street to this Nola, I don't know how to pronounce the last name, so I was chilling over there, and that's when I heard shots like later on, like after everything was going, so we started running. My first thing was to hit this corner, but then that's when the cop literally looked, had the weapon drawn, he was like, do not come, and we would shoot. And this was like to multiple people, so we just started ducking behind these walls at the main building right here, so... And that's when you start hearing all the shots and whatnot. I saw one person laying on the ground. I couldn't see who it was, but I saw like the hand from laying on the ground. So yeah.
We've seen a lot of the pictures and the images and the video that people have posted online and the live pictures from the news crews that have been down here. It looked like people just running every which way. I mean, did anyone fall or I mean, just people running?
Yeah, it was just people running, but they were like scattered out because nobody could tell where the actual shots were coming from because it was rumored there was El Centro, then it was like Bank of America, so nobody knew where nothing was coming from, so we all were just scattered out.
So the crowd just running in different directions, literally not knowing where the shots are coming from.
Exactly. You just heard bullets, so you're like, hey, bruh, I got to get up out of here. So, yeah.
Sean, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Appreciate that you taking time out to talk to us. So there are a couple people, one man picking up his wife, pulling right up in front of 1 Main here in downtown Dallas. Just as the gunshots rang out, the scene of the crime itself, Shepard, only 3 or 4 blocks down that way. In the west direction, just past the crime scene tape. The big green building, the skyline, in the skyline here, sort of the gem of the Dallas skyline, that's the Bank of the Americas building. And there was a lot of police activity around the parking entrance and exits there this evening, and also in the lobby area. We thought that maybe one of the suspects ducked inside somehow into that building. But again, we've talked about this manhunt and that person of interest that the picture has been published by the police department tonight, and that search has really been contained to this 5 or 6 block radius that we are in. But it's a cityscape. You've got tall buildings, a lot of nooks and crannies, a lot of alleyways, a lot of places to escape. So hard telling if that person of interest is still in the downtown area tonight. But no doubt the search is on, trying to apprehend who is responsible for attacking law enforcement officials here in Dallas tonight.
By the way, our reporting does indicate that DPD has pinned down the other suspect. So hang on just a moment.
Channel, I was expecting the breaking alert, but we've just gotten word from Dallas police. Four of their officers have now died. A total of 4 are dead in Dallas. Jeez. And the most disturbing news at this moment, 14 minutes past 11 p.m. now in Dallas, is that no suspects are in custody. The police chief confirms to Fox News no suspects are in custody. There was early word. And so often in this live reporting from scenes, early reporting is wrong. But the early reporting was they had 1 suspect, quote, neutralized, unquote. The new information is no suspects in custody. A manhunt for 2 snipers who have gone to an elevated perch and shot 11 police officers. Now we confirmed 4 from 2 agencies we believe are dead, 11 total wounded, and a civilian wounded as well. We have a picture of a man for whom there is great interest. This is a man who is a person of interest and is believed to have been involved in one way or another with these shootings, and according to authorities, at least of their last report, is not in custody. SWAT vehicles have surrounded 1 suspect. SWAT vehicles have arrived on scene near the area of Market and Main Streets, but police have not heard any details. They've heard multiple shots near that area. SWAT teams have arrived on scene, and negotiators are in contact with somebody, according to NBC5, KXAS, and our own station, KDFW Fox 4 for Dallas. I mentioned earlier that we now know 4 are dead, 4 officers are dead, 11 total were wounded at one point or another, and a civilian wounded. Our friends at Fox 4 in Dallas have been staying on top of this by the moment and have live pictures for us now. Let's listen to Steve Eager and their team, including Sean Rabb, their veteran police reporter.
This is happening right now. You see officers down, and you see officers rushing in to get him out now. This live video we're looking at in downtown Dallas right now, that's the Bank of America building, and you know where that is from where I'm standing. We see 2 officers. One is a bank officer, it appears. We saw another officer in Class C or regular uniform. Those 2 officers being rushed out of harm's way. Officers moved in with squad cars, Chief, to try to block gunfire to get to them and get them in those cars and get them out of there. They're not going to wait on an ambulance, likely, or we don't know that.
No, they don't have the Bearcat that the SWAT guys have that they're using right now to try and locate the suspect where they may be having a confrontation. These vehicles are being used as cover for the officers, and that's exactly what they can do. We don't mind if vehicles get shot. We don't want people getting shot, and that's really important for the public to know. Right now, you've got officers that are responding. Many of them have first aid training. They're trying to immediately get that officer out of harm's way so that they can continue to take fire if, in fact, the suspect has not been captured yet. The officers are trying to do what they can to help their comrade. And right now, the other officers are trying to stay safe themselves behind those vehicles to protect them.
This is, but we're rolling this video back now. That was happening as we were watching here in the newsroom. And they're trying to rush them out as quickly as possible. So there could be more shooters than the previously suspected 2 in downtown Dallas tonight.
And I think that's what Chief Brown was alluding to when he said we don't have any suspects in custody yet. And I think we've seen on the video here over the course of the last 30 minutes where some people appear to have been taken into custody, but we don't know how many people are going to be known to this. And this is still very much an ongoing active crime scene as well as a very active investigation. And it's got to be noted that this investigation has to be handled in immediacy to protect the officers and the safety, but also realize this is a criminal investigation where capital murder charges are going to be filed against the suspects, and we have to do everything we can to contain the scene and protect the officers, but at the same time establish a crime scene and ensure that we protect the scene to file the best case that we can later on. I know that's not the concern right now to the public. It's the safety of the officers.
Yes. So again, we know that 4 officers at this moment are dead. 4. And we have reason to believe 3 of those wear the badge of the Dallas Police Department.
Hey, do we need to move? I heard Sean. We didn't hear a shooting from where we are.
Well, that was somebody. That was somebody in the coverage that
we're in the middle of a difficult communications moment.
Yeah, there's
with our local stations in Dallas. We are led to believe that none of the suspects are in custody. 2 snipers have shot and wounded 11 officers. 4 are dead, 3 from Dallas PD, 1 from Dallas Rapid Transit Authority or Dallas Area Rapid Transit.
Let me get back with Rod Fullenwider. Rod, what did you just hear in some of that reporting there? It looked as though they thought maybe there are more shooters, not necessarily just the 2 originally thought.
Well, maybe, but we have to be very careful with those type of situations. If you remember after San Bernardino, we were told there were 3 shooters, and the police chased down that 3rd guy. And what it really was the bad guys made a turn on the street, and this other guy took off running. It looked like he got out of the car. He didn't get out of the car. They did arrest him at the scene, but they arrested him because he had warrants on another issue, and he had nothing to do with that shooting. So we've got other things going on in downtown. And it could be totally unrelated to what's going on here. However, don't think for 1 minute Dallas PD are not going to come in with an army.
Hang on just a second.
Downtown Dallas now, they're bringing lots of people.
Hang on just a second.
And
Let's see what's going on.
For that, not to add angst to this already horrific situation, it does not appear that there has been an additional shootout. And again, we were told that was live video, but that was being fed in from just moments earlier when Chief Brown talked to us and shared with us about the 11th officer being shot. But what we saw, and you'll see it soon,
we're listening to a witness now from the emergency room outside the hospital. Let's listen.
Told me that he was shot. He didn't realize until after he went to pull his weapon that he had blood all down his arm. He's alert. He's going to be okay, but we are understanding that there are other officers that are not going to be okay, and that's kind of the focus of our attention tonight.
Do you know how many times your friend was shot?
Once or twice. I mean, he is going to have to probably have surgery to have the bullet removed from his arm. That is something that we want to see, but again, he is more concerned about the other officers that were shot. They're more critical condition than he is. He's alert. He's talking to us. His family's around. I'm glad that he was able to talk to me. He's a good friend of mine. Nothing that I want to see ever.
Can you tell us a little bit about him?
By the way, this is outside Baylor Hospital, in case you're wondering.
He's been a police officer a long time. I mean, I don't know how long specifically, but he's been an officer a long time. But at this particular stage of, of anything, it doesn't matter how long somebody's been an officer. If they've been out and they're doing their job, they don't deserve to get shot under these circumstances. And that's kind of the reason why I'm here is offering support. Is as a law enforcement officer myself, as an officer, defense attorney, this is devastating. I don't ever want this to happen to my friends. I don't ever happen to me. But the fact that it has happened, it should raise awareness that we need to focus more on these
That's a friend of a DART officer who's been injured. Let's go back to Fox 4 now, where they have video of this suspect. You can see that there's the video right there. It's going to loop, and you'll see him coming at us in the camouflage there, and you'll see it pass by. Now it'll loop again, and you'll see his picture. This is video the police want us to show you of a person with whom they want to have contact. You see him give him some sort of sign there. These are still pictures of him and Sean Rabb talking about him on Fox 4 Dallas. Listen.
Down to reach out for his gun. He realized his gun was covered in blood, and that's what happened.
All right, so Rod Fullenwider, we just saw some moving video there of one of the persons of interest in the camouflage T-shirt. That is a single-point sling. It is certainly, it even looks like a full-size AR-15 to me.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. And of course, what we didn't see was we did not see any tactical gear on him. We didn't see any backup magazines. But, you know, if he had stuff stashed or he had a partner that he was going to meet, he could do that fairly quickly, you know, to put those things on and then do what he needed to do. So, yeah, great pictures and great footage. The question is that the guy? If it's not the guy, then the other question, of course, comes to my mind is, if you're coming to a peaceful rally that you know already has a lot of emotion and problems around people shooting, why do you bring a weapon? I mean, why do you do that? You know, and there's lots of reasons why you could and would, but I don't know why you would want to do that.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that considering the circumstances, considering the context, that he was allowed to walk down the street with a rifle in his hand. I know it's not illegal, but you know, I'm really I'm conflicted by that. I mean, I'm not a gun control guy, but would that be something that would be let go in normal practice?
I don't know. You know, it certainly would want to get your attention, but I do think that, you know, we talked about it earlier. The tensions are so touchy right now when it comes to police officers that officers not able to do today what they used to be able to do. And it used to be an officer would have approached this individual and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Why do you have a weapon walking down the street of Dallas in a peaceful protest? Why?" Today, though, if an officer does that, he's going to be accused of being a racist, amongst other things, and potentially have a lawsuit brought against him. So we've created an environment, and I do believe it goes back to your earlier comments about the president. He has created an environment that has allowed, you know, and created where police officers are not going to do what they used to do, and as a result, the question has to be asked: are we safer because of that? I think the answer is no.
Yeah, you know, we're watching this unfold here tonight. To bring you up to date, Chief David Brown reported 11 police officers are shot. One more police officer has lost his life. Now, 3 Dallas Police Department officers are gone. 1 DART officer is gone. I don't know whether the additional deceased officer was one of the ones in surgery, but there were 2 in surgery at the time that Chief David Brown made that report. Others with non-threatening injuries, although 3 in critical condition. Again, I do not know if one of those 3 in critical condition lost his battle for life. A person of interest in a camo T-shirt, wearing a 3-point sling with a rifle, and we are keeping our eyes open for any more circumstances, any more clues, if you will, as to what's been going on here on the Wells Report on 660 AM. The Answer. I'm John David Wells. He's Rod Fullenwider. And Rod, you know, the time seems inexorable as we try to figure out how these guys, you know, are either escaped or left the situation or pinned down, and still trying to nail down a little bit more about this person that the police Chief David Brown was reporting had actually been pinned down and were being talked to earlier. Any thoughts on any of that?
Well, I think, you know, part of it is if we think about where they're located in downtown where this incident occurred, if they were able to escape the immediate area quickly, you know, they have access to 3 freeways within just a couple of minutes. You know, they can be on 30 going any, you know, 1 or 2 directions. They can be on 35 going 2 different directions. They can be on 75 going yet a different direction. And you know, and that's not even talking the city streets. So if they were able to get outside that you know, before a initial perimeter was set, or even a secondary perimeter set later, if they were able to do that, the question is, where are they now 2 hours later? You know, so that's concerning to me. And the other obviously concern is what we talked about earlier. You know, looking at all this, it tells me that these guys had a target and they used this event to shield whatever they were going to do later, or they've been waiting for something like this. You know, Dallas has had a number of very peaceful protests over the last several months, and they've all, many of them have gone very, very well with very minimal issues. So to be prepared for something like this would not be hard to do. They just had to lay in wait, and it sounds like they did to me.
Let me bring you up to date. You are listening to 660 AM The Answer. This is the Wells Report. I'm John David Wells. At least 4 Dallas police officers have been killed tonight after being targeted by 2 snipers in a downtown parking garage during a protest over police shootings of African Americans. Fox News confirmed late tonight that no suspects were in custody, contrary to earlier reports. Dallas Police Chief David Brown told the news conference police had 1 suspect cornered but made no mention of a second suspect. Brown confirmed that 7 other officers were injured. 1 civilian was also wounded in the shooting. 3 of the injured officers were in critical condition, 2 others in surgery. Dallas's public transit agency, DART, confirmed on Twitter that 1 of its officers was indeed shot and killed, while 3 of its officers suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Foxmore cameras captured protesters running away from the scene of the shooting shortly before 9 p.m. local time. A cameraman was approached the scene and captured the officers apparently lying on the ground. There were a Fox 4 reporter said that he heard approximately 10 shots downtown. That reporter was told by an officer police were shooting for someone with a rifle. The status of the shooter was not immediately clear. Aerial images showed officers appearing to focus their search on a parking garage. That is still a location of interest as we bring this news to you. Witness Carlos Harris told Dallas Morning News the gunfire was strategic. It was tap, tap, pause. Tap, tap, pause. Michael Batista told KDFW the protest march had been very peaceful before the shooting started. Brittany Pete, a demonstrator, told the Associated Press she did not hear the gunshots, but saw people rushing back toward me saying there was an active shooter. Pete said she saw a woman trip and nearly get trampled as police ran to get to safety. Everyone started running, said Devontae Odom, 21 years of age. He told the Dallas Morning News, we lost touch with 2 of our friends just trying to get out of there. And so now what we're doing is we are looking for more information. Let's get an update from Fox News.
On the East Coast, 11:30 p.m. in Dallas, and the reality of what has happened is coming into play. We now have 4 police officers dead, 2 listed as critical, 2 in surgery, a total of 11 shot, 1 civilian shot as well, and police trying to figure out exactly where these suspects are. I've just gotten word that there is a report of another suspect. And what exactly was that report, Kate?
No, the suspect in the picture turned himself in.
We've been showing a picture of a man in camouflage tonight, and I can show you that picture now. Police now report that this man has turned himself in. We do not know the level of involvement. We know that Dallas police asked us to play this picture in hopes that they could speak to this person, and that has now happened. That's the extent of what we know about him.
By the way,
the bigger picture of this is coming into focus, and it's horrifying. Dallas police are now, according to Fox News sources, Dallas police are coming to the conclusion that there were 2 snipers, that they were triangulating their shots, premeditated this was, at least 60 rounds fired. They're now telling us at least 2 snipers on high perches with a large, quote, kill zone, only targeting police officers. 4 dead, 11 shot. According to our sources, this would have taken great planning, not something that just happened on the fly. And apparently the target tonight was this peaceful protest in Dallas, where they were protesting the killing of a black man in Baton Rouge, Louisiana by police officers. This man is now in custody. Our use for this picture has passed. Baton Rouge, where 1 person was shot and killed by police officers. And here is the reaction tonight as shots rang out in Dallas. news from Dallas now, and this is brand new as of 11:33 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The person of interest whose picture has been shown has turned himself in, and here's new information. Another alleged suspect was in a shootout with Dallas police SWAT officers. That suspect is also in custody. A suspicious package has been discovered near the suspect's location. The package is being secured by Dallas Police Department bomb squad. So here's where we are. The person of interest in camouflage has turned himself in. Was he a shooter? We do not know. Police say he was a person of interest. He is now being questioned. A second suspect is now reported by Dallas police to have been in a shootout with DPD, Dallas Police Department SWAT members. That person is now in custody. And remember, there were reports that there might have been a bomb in Dallas. We believe those reports had come from the suspect. Now, that was to hear it from the police, which made no sense to us, except that they were in some sort of communication with police. We were led to believe early. So what we believe has happened is the man was communicating with police, suggested there might have been a bomb. There was a shootout, that person taken into custody. Now we know there is a suspicious device near where they found the second suspect, where the shootout happened, that device, the package, is now being, quote, secured by the DPD, the Dallas Police Department bomb squad. So we know that one suspect who was in a shootout with police is in custody, and we know that a person of interest is being spoken with, but we do not know whether the second sniper is the same person, and we do not know yet whether this situation has ended. I can tell you that KDFW Fox 4 in Dallas at now 25 minutes until midnight, or I should say until, yes, midnight, is covering this live, so we should listen in.
Let us take a moment here as we pause in our coverage of this terrific shooting, not terrific, but horrific shooting in downtown Dallas tonight. You are listening to special live coverage of a shooting in Dallas. This is the Wells Report on 660 AM, The Answer. Joining us is the congressman from the Texas 32nd, Pete Sessions. Sir, welcome to the Wells Report. I really wish we could meet under better circumstances sometimes.
It is really with sadness. You know, John David, when people think of Dallas, Texas, literally over the last 5 or 6 years, it has been favorable comments about how Dallas, you know, has so many things going well for itself. People visit. People prayed for us when we were in a drought. People are aware. They come through DFW. They talk about it being a nice place to visit. The downtown has grown enormously. Our police department is among the finest in the country. This was a targeted attempt to kill our police officers.
There's no doubt about it. These people moved with precision. They set up, apparently, the reports are from earlier that there were 2 snipers from elevated positions singling out police officers. 11 police officers shot, 4 deceased now, 3 DPD and 1 DART officer, 2 in surgery, 3 in critical condition, 1 civilian casualty, 1 civilian being shot. And when you're talking about opening fire with 2 riflemen from an elevated position, I don't care how good you are, to be able to take 11 officers and only hit 1 civilian, that shows a level of proficiency that is frightening.
Well, they targeted these, I say men. I don't know if they were men or women. They were the people of blue. They were the men of blue who represent us. And I will tell you that I know these officers. I don't know which officers. I know the men and women of DPD. I know the men and women of Richardson, Garland, and Mesquite, and Irving. They are just men and women who live next door to us. They would help us save our lives, just like the first responders. This is, it's a low. It's a new low to target a police officer and to lure them in under the auspices of a peaceful opportunity to gather together and to lure them in and do this.
There was a report earlier that there was a suspicious package that has been talked about. We were just talking about that earlier. The Dallas Police Department bomb squad is securing that particular device.
Yeah.
Apparently, one of the suspects is in custody. I don't know whether that was the one that they were negotiating with earlier tonight. That is the nature of breaking news. All we can say is that it's a tragic night, and Congressman, we certainly hope that that as this story becomes more apparent, as we find out more about it, that that it hopefully doesn't lead us to an even worse place than we find ourselves tonight.
Well, where we find ourselves is still to the point where there are people who will not be a part of civilized society, who look to demonstrate and make things more difficult. And I wish our country had a leader who would heal, who would aim for the best instead of aiming to divide. And I think that our president aims to divide this country. And I think the circumstances of these mass shootings and things have taken our country away from working with each other. And I will tell you, Dallas, Texas has a good number of African American ministers, of good people who go to church. We have great police officers and firefighters, and we will heal together. But we have to have people who stay out of our way, meaning outside of Dallas, and let Dallas heal it. And I'll be terribly upset if we find out that this was someone in Dallas who did this internally. I will tell you, there's too many good people, African American ministers, communities, West Dallas, East Dallas, where we're trying to heal each other. We care about each other, and this is a tragedy. So we're going to have to look at each other a little bit differently and smile and be good to each other. But tonight's a sad day.
Congressman, thank you very much for your time
betcha.
tonight. We sincerely appreciate you dropping by.
You betcha.
All right. That's Congressman Pete Sessions from the Texas 32nd here on the Wells Report. A little bit of cleanup here. The Dallas Police Department tweeted an image of a man they say was a person of interest. He was an African-American man with a goatee wearing a camouflage T-shirt, carrying what appeared to be a rifle. It looked like a full-size AR-15. Those are 20-inch weapons. It is not illegal to do so. It's an open carry state. It's legal for those with permits to openly carry weapons, but I believe you can openly carry a rifle whether you have a permit or not. We have just found out that indeed this person in this photograph has turned himself in. So he will be questioned, and whatever information he can come up with, or whatever information that we can have, we will bring to you as we continue our coverage tonight here on 660 AM The Answer. Congressman Sessions mentioned President Obama, who has a knack for, shall we say, controversial rhetoric under circumstances like this. He was in Poland tonight. We gave you a quick snippet of what he said earlier. Here's something else regarding police officers, and we're trying to figure out whether he's serious or whether he's condemning with faint praise. And that is, of course, simply something that I'm looking at here because I'm really concerned, just as Congressman Sessions was discussing. You know, we need something more than just another opportunity to bring an anti-gun agenda to the consciousness of the American people. Here's the president earlier today.
Now, let me just say, we have extraordinary appreciation and respect for the vast majority of police officers who put their lives on the line to protect us every single day. They've got a dangerous job. It is a tough job. And as I've said before, they have a right to go home to their families, just like anybody else on the job. And there are going to be circumstances in which they've got to make split-second decisions. We understand that. But when we see data that indicates disparities in how African Americans and Latinos may be treated in various jurisdictions around the country, then it's incumbent on all of us to say, we can do better than this. We are better than this. And to not have it degenerate into the usual political scrum, we should be able to step back, reflect, and ask ourselves, what can we do better so that everybody feels as if they're equal under the law?
Earlier today, the president also spoke about Black People Matter, the lives, Black Lives Matter, and so on and so on. Here's what he had to say.
When people say Black Lives Matter, that doesn't mean blue lives don't matter. It just means all lives matter. But right now, the big concern is the fact that the data shows Black folks are more vulnerable to these kinds of incidents. This isn't a matter of us comparing the value of lives. This is recognizing that there is a particular burden that is being placed on a group of our fellow citizens. And we should care about that. We can't dismiss it. We can't dismiss it. So let me just end by saying, I actually genuinely, truly believe that the vast majority of American people see this as a problem that we should all care about. And I would just ask those who question the sincerity or the legitimacy of protests and vigils and expressions of outrage, who somehow label those expressions of outrage as quote unquote political correctness. I just ask folks to step back and think, what if this happened to somebody in your family?
The president earlier in Poland joining us on the Wells Report here on 660 AM, The Answer. Now, this was clearly before tonight's shooting attack in downtown Dallas, where 11 police officers shot apparently by 2 snipers, according to eyewitness testimony. 4 deceased police officers, 3 from the Dallas Police Department, 1 from the Dallas Area Rapid Transit Police Department, 2 in surgery, 3 in critical condition. Those numbers have probably changed, but we have not gotten an update on those. And we're hoping that those fighting for their life are successful in that fight. Earlier, the person of interest was indeed someone who turned himself in and is hopefully not involved in this beyond just some guy in a camouflage T-shirt with some strange notion that carrying a weapon for a rally that protests 2 police shootings elsewhere in the nation is an appropriate idea. I'm not sure that that's a good thing. 37-year-old Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge and 32-year-old Philandro Castile were the men that were shot. And the video is incredibly disturbing. It is very graphic. It is incredibly disturbing. Right after the shooting of Philandro Castile, his wife started live streaming the conversation with the police officer. And the police officer was clearly very, very upset. And so all of this needs to be parsed through in the clear light of day as we continue our reporting here on 660 AM The Answer. So what we're doing right now is we are waiting to see what is going on with this barricaded suspect. We heard that one of the suspects was in custody. We do not know whether that was the barricaded suspect. We are waiting to hear if there are any updates in these grim numbers. We hope that they are all positive from here on out. Hopefully that'll be the case. We're going to take a break here and huddle up to see where this goes next here on the Wells Report on 660 AM, The Answer. Once again, to bring you up to date, in case you just noticed, or excuse me, just joined us, there was an horrific shooting tonight in downtown Dallas following a protest over the shootings of two black men in the United States, one in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, one in St. Paul, Minnesota. This protest was backed up with protests in St. Paul and also in New York City tonight. There were 10 people arrested in New York City. Fortunately, no gunplay. Not the case here in Dallas, Texas tonight, as we are sad to report that 4 officers have died. 3 DPD, 1 DART officer have lost their lives tonight on what is a very, very tragic end of a very, very long day. And we are, like I said, going to take a break here for just a couple of moments as we bring up, put together what will be a summary of the events and continue our coverage. Shooting in Dallas. You are listening to special live coverage on the Wells Report here on 660 AM The Answer. 11 officers are shot. 4 are dead. 2 in surgery, 3 in critical condition. 3 officers from DART with non-life-threatening injuries. We don't know what their status is either, but we are very happy to report that they are in non-life-threatening situations. So, like I said, we will continue our coverage here as we take a look at the video, trying to figure out just exactly what's going on. Are we going to be able to get these suspects cornered and caught and arrested and interrogated? And if not soon, when? You are listening to the Wells Report. This is 660 AM The Answer. We'll be right back with more information in just a moment.
You need a plan as you get closer to retirement. A plan that'll take you from where you are now to the retirement that you've always dreamed about. The first step on that path is to tune into the Wealth Smart Radio Show, Sundays at 7 a.m. right here on 660 AM The Answer. You only get to retire once, so it's really important you do it right. And your host, Reed Johnson, president of Lake Point Advisory Group, helps people retire successfully every day. So don't miss Wealth Smart every Sunday at 7 a.m. right here on 660 AM The Answer.
This is a special announcement for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state. Pay attention. There's a special toll-free hotline set up especially for you. This hotline will give you free information on how you can legally reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call the taxpayer hotline today at 1-800-442-4840. Grab a pen or put the number in your cell phone. 1-800-442-4840. You'll speak with qualified professionals who will tell you how to stop the collection calls, IRS letters, bank levies, and wage garnishments. And they'll deal directly with the IRS on your behalf so you don't have to. Even if you haven't filed returns or are already in a payment plan, you can still get relief. New IRS settlement policies have opened the doors for a fresh start. But hurry, this won't last forever, and your tax problem will only get worse if you do nothing or try to handle it yourself. It makes a big difference in who you call. So call the taxpayer hotline today for free information. 1-800-442-4840. 1-800-442-4840.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. MiniCPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 10 days by first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to our smallest and most advanced portable design ever. Transcend is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call minicpap.com now for your 10-day at-home trial. 1-800-300-0338. That's 1-800-300-0338.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-700-1331.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-700-1331. That's 1-800-700-1331.
It's time to honor our veterans with the Starkey Mortgage Veteran of the Month. If you know a veteran who deserves this honor, then go to 660amtheanswer.com and nominate them to be the Starkey Mortgage Veteran of the Month. Winners will receive a gift card from Crossroads Diner, a $100 gift card from the Crazy Gun Dealer, and an award from Starkey Mortgage. Plus, come up to the studios to meet Mark Davis and John David Wells. Go to 660amtheanswer.com to nominate your veteran. That's the Starkey Mortgage Veteran of the Month. Starkey Mortgage is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 2146. This is not a commitment to lend. Specific underwriting guidelines must be met.
In Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 2, God says, "Write in a book all the words I've spoken to you." Is there a story in you today? Have you ever felt urged by God to write those words in a book? Zulon Press is the largest, most experienced Christian self-publisher in the world, and they're offering a free publishing guide at christianpublishingguide.com. They've helped thousands of people just like you tell their stories and touched thousands of lives.
Share your story and find out more today at 660amtheanswer.com. Visit 660amtheanswer.com now.
Hey everybody, Mark Davis from my friends at Zero Res. A busy summer means a cleaner house is necessary, so let's get going at 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN for the $33 per room Mark Davis Show carpet cleaning special. Call them. Pre-treated, clean, sanitized, $33 a room. Also, drapes, upholstery, hardwood floors, 214-37-CLEAN. For a Zero Res clean, you also get a $50 gift certificate to Estilo Gaucho Brazilian Steakhouse. So call them. 214-37-CLEAN, 214-37-CLEAN for Zero Res.
Listen to us live on iHeartRadio, 660 AM, The Answer. If it's important to you, we're talking about it right now on The Wells Report on 660 AM, The Answer.
You are listening to The Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. This is special live coverage. A shooting in Dallas, a peaceful protest, becomes horror as two snipers, open fire on police officers only. 11 shot, 4 dead. 3 DPD officers have lost their lives, along with 1 Dallas area rapid transit police officer. 2 remain in surgery, 3 in critical condition. Those numbers probably have been updated, but we have not been able to hear anything from that. The person of interest that we brought up earlier, the African-American man in a camouflage T-shirt carrying a rifle, turned himself in. Apparently, he is discussing his situation with Dallas police officers. We are in prayer for the officers who lost their lives. We are heartsick at those fighting for their lives and hope they are successful. For those who have suffered injuries in the line of duty, we give our sincere thanks and pray for a rapid and complete recovery. For the civilian who was shot as apparently collateral damage in this, God bless your endeavor as well, as we will seek to find out who you are and wish for your rapid recovery. You've been listening to live coverage of the Wells Reports of a shooting in Dallas on the Wells Report on 660 AM The Answer. We are currently waiting for more information on what the status of the suspects are, and we'll bring that information to you as soon as we know. On 660 AM The Answer, this is the Wells Report.
Sean Hannity lays out the truth about Hillary's email server.
Everything that Hillary had told us about these emails, everything she lied about. The whole thing here is one big, massive, corrupt lie. No other person would ever get away with the things that Hillary Clinton has gotten away with.
The Sean Hannity Show, afternoons at 2, right before Michael Medved at 5 on 660 AM, The Answer.
20 plus years of unemployment. That's what retirement is, or should be. But imagine still working when you're 75 because you didn't have an exit plan for the next stock market crash. If you think your current plan has too much risk, or you're tired of paying hidden fees, listen to Plain Talk No Worries with Rick Foster and Kevin Christ Saturdays at 4 p.m. Rick and Kevin will tell you the truth about the financial world we live in. No one knows when the next correction will be, so listen to Plain Talk No Worries with Rick Foster and Kevin Christ Saturdays at 4 p.m. on 660 AM The Answer.
Hey, everybody. Mark Davis for my friends at Viascan of Las Colinas. You know, good health is a series of good decisions. Decisions to eat right, decisions to exercise more, decisions to go to Viascan of Las Colinas and find out regularly what's going on inside your body. Right now, do you have heart plaques or blockages that could be a signal of a heart attack about to happen? Do you have little tiny cancer spots going on that you don't even know about? Well, you ought to know about those. It's called early detection. And Viascan of Las Colinas is your early detection headquarters, saving lives and saving a bunch of money. I'm in there regularly getting my heart checked out, various vital organs. So ask them when you call them at 972-739-2840. 972-739-2840. The heart scan, looking for plaques and blockages. The body scan, looking for cancers. The carotid artery neck scan, looking for stroke risk. The virtual colonoscopy. They do it all at Viascan of Las Colinas. 972-739-2840. 972-739-2840.
The safety oath. Repeat after me. I will safely bring safety to my facility and keep it safe. I will safely keep my people safe. I will put safety first in everything I do, and I will safely do so with Grainger. When you think safety, think Grainger. Grainger's got over 100,000 safety products to help keep our facility safe and our people safer. When it comes to safety, Grainger's got your back. Call clickgrainger.com/safety or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
660 AM The Answer. KSKY Balch Springs, Dallas, Fort Worth. The official radio station of Decision 2016. The most important election of our lifetime.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Rich Dennison. Police targeted by snipers in Dallas. 4 police officers killed during a demonstration over recent shootings of black men by law enforcement Thursday night. Police Chief David O. Brown says the sniper shot 11 officers and a civilian.
And we know that rifles were used to injure and kill Dallas officers and a Dart officer.
Chief Brown said police have a suspect cornered in a garage and are negotiating with that person. He says the snipers fired upon police ambush style. 3 officers remain in critical condition at Dallas area hospitals. Officials say 3 of the officers killed work for the Dallas Police Department, the other 4 Dallas area rapid transit. The search for the snipers continues. Again, 4 officers killed by snipers in Dallas. This is a Fox News alert.
This is 660 AM The Answer.
Hi, this is Andy Tuttle, host of Tuttle Talk every Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. right here on 660 AM The Answer. We're in a real estate market where there's a lot of difficulty, but in difficulty, there's a lot of opportunity as well. Buying, selling, avoiding foreclosure, modifying your credit, all these things are so important to your livelihood. This show is dedicated to cutting through some of the big headlines that you see out there and teaching you how to win in any marketplace. Thank you for tuning in to Tuttle Talk every Sunday, 4 p.m. on 660 AM The Answer. I look forward to speaking with you.
Hi, this is Debbie Georgatis. My radio show, Ladies Can We Talk, has a new name. It is now America Can We Talk. If you listen to my show, you know that the entire reason I do radio is to urge everyone to reclaim and re-embrace the precious, exceptional nature of America. The show's about America, and now the name is America Can We Talk. I hope you tune in every Sunday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. on 660 AM The Answer to America Can We Talk. We talk truth about America.
Are you ready for the vacation of a lifetime? Then get on board for the Storyteller Cruise with 660 AM The Answer. Join us October 23rd through the 30th with Matthew West. Along with pastor and Bible teacher Greg Laurie.
The highest calling of God is what God has called you to be. There is no higher thing. We're all called to do something.
Selah. officer talk box, and more. You and your family will travel aboard Holland America's New Amsterdam as we travel to Grand Turks, San Juan, St. Martin, and more. Best of all, enjoy music and inspiration from Matthew West and Pastor Greg Laurie. Space is very limited. Get details now at 660amtheanswer.com. We'll see you on the Storyteller Cruise from 660 AM, The Answer. Another 94.9 KLTY and Dallas Baptist University concert.
Coming to Dallas Sunday night, August 21st. Outcry Summer 2016 Tour, featuring the songs and the sound of Hillsong worship. Plus, Carrie Joe. Featuring Rend Collective, Elevation Worship, and Urban Rescue, plus House Fires and speaker Chad Veach. 6 o'clock Sunday night, August 21st at American Airlines Center. Tickets and details are available now online at outcrytour.com. An unforgettable night of worship. Outcry Summer 2016 Tour, featuring Hillsong Worship, Carrie Joe, and more. Sunday night, August 21st at American Airlines Center.
Part of the 94.9 KLTY Dallas Baptist University concert series.
Nothing interrupts a productive day like feeling worn out. And nothing interrupts a good night's sleep like snoring. It's not just your other half who feels the pain.
Honey, roll over!
Snoring and sleep apnea leave you tired during the day and increase your risk for health problems. Isn't it time to shut down snoring for good? Simple Sleep Services has the solution that really works without painful surgery, creepy CPAP machines, or bulky masks. Just a comfortable custom mouthpiece. And Simple Sleep's provided more in 5 years than anyone in the U.S. It's covered by medical insurance, and there's no pain or downtime. With Simple Sleep, you'll have more energy every day and more restful relaxation at night.
Honey, roll over.
Visit our full service centers in Dallas and Fort Worth, online at simplesleepservices.com, or call us at 469-685-1700. Simple Sleep, 469-685-1700.
simplesleepservices.com.
Dude, do you hear that? What is that? That doesn't sound good.
Oh man, this isn't good at all.
Hold on. Let me see what this does. Hey, is it better?
Nope. I'm pretty sure this is the opposite of better. Dude, man, what are we gonna do? This is awful.
Looks like you need the help of American Leak Detection.
American Leak Detection.
Oh, man, it's Will Nell with American Leak Detection.
Save us!
No worries, guys. American Leak Detection has been around for more than 25 years, detecting and repairing hidden leaks in your home. Plus, we do all this without cutting huge holes in your wall.
Thanks, American Leak Detection.
American Leak Detection. Leak detection without destruction.
Just go to alddfw.com next time to get a hold of us. It's much easier.
American Leak Detection.
Hey, 3 hours a day is all I ask. Join me, Sean Hannity, from 2 to 5 each weekday, right here on 660 AM, The Answer.
This is a breaking news update, live on 660 AM, The Answer.
You are listening to a shooting in Dallas. Special live coverage on the Wells Report. My name is John David Wells. There is news since we last spoke. Apparently, it is possible that the shooters are in custody. We will try to firm that up for you here in just a couple of moments. But Dallas Police Chief David Brown confirmed 11 police officers were shot. At least 4 were killed in an attack by 2 snipers in downtown Dallas at a protest of officer-involved shootings across the country tonight. The Dallas Police Department said in a statement around 11:30 tonight, a suspect who was in a shootout with Dallas SWAT officers is now in custody. A suspicious package was discovered near the suspect's location. The DPD bomb squad headed to the scene and apparently neutralized that package. Earlier yesterday, since we're past midnight now, Dallas police circulated a photo of a person of interest in the crime earlier tonight. They said the man had turned himself in addition to the suspect who was in a shootout with police officers. We just found out that person who turned himself in has been indeed released by Dallas police. So he is completely innocent So any aspersions that you might have caught in any of the reportage tonight, we were pretty straightforward with it on the Wells Report. We simply said, hey, this was a person of interest, and so on. So he has been released and is not a suspect at this time. Brown initially said, Chief Brown initially said that 10 officers were shot. A short time later, an 11th officer was shot in an exchange of gunfire with one of the suspects. It remains an active shooter situation. Police have asked everyone to get to safety, avoid downtown Dallas. If you have any information regarding the shooting, okay, if you, excuse me, if you have any information regarding the shooting, DPD asks you to call 214-671-3485. There is I've just been handed a tweet from the Dallas Police Department. A DPD officer observed an individual carrying a camouflage bag walking quickly down Lamar Street. The individual threw the bag in the back of a black Mercedes. The Mercedes sped off at a high rate of speed. Officers found the vehicle southbound on I-35, performed a traffic stop. Police start questioning both subjects in the vehicle. We heard earlier tonight that those participants in that vehicle were going to be arrested by the Dallas police. We'll double check that to make sure that either that happened or it did not happen. That's right. Over by the Dallas Zoo is 35 and Keast. That's where the the suspicious vehicle, excuse me, the suspicious vehicle was stopped right in the middle of the freeway. They just closed off the freeway, didn't pull him over. They stopped him in place, surrounded his vehicle. This is the Mercedes that we were discussing, apparently being driven by one person and a rider with a camouflage bag riding in the passenger side. So those two suspects remain suspects as we come to this conversation. Now, there is something else. Police are now saying the suspected snipers are in custody and that the threat to the public is now concluded. Police are now saying the suspected snipers are in custody after 4 officers have been killed, 7 more shot. Some remain in surgery. Some are in critical condition, fighting for their lives. As we look at this, that is good news. Apparently, this is the snipers indeed are in custody. Let's join Fox News Channel for a moment and see what they are reporting as we come to this part of the story.
We're able to get some insight through those as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it really gives us a very bird's eye view of what's going on. I mean, we live in this day and age where all of us are walking around with a high definition camera in our pockets and a little mini computer in our hands that allows us to upload videos and broadcast things in real time. And, it was really astonishing to wake up this morning and hear about the news out of Minnesota and then to watch that girlfriend in that police-involved shooting live streaming the aftermath of that shooting as her boyfriend is in the seat next to her bleeding out in a blood-stained white t-shirt, and she is calm and she is talking to her camera and it is being sent out to the World Wide Web as that officer still had his gun drawn in the vehicle through the window after the shots were fired in Minnesota. So it really is astonishing to think that we are in this day and age where everyone can snap pictures and videos and they get circulated in incidents like this. So it gives us a very good perspective of what happened. And some of the video that we've been showing tonight from social media that people have uploaded is incredible. The gunshots, I mean, it sounds just like automatic gunfire. And some of the people, the eyewitnesses that we've talked to say that is absolutely what it was. One interview we did earlier, a man had a good knowledge of guns and he knew right away just by the sound of it. And a lot of people who know guns and know weapons and firearms and such, they can tell what different types of guns are by the sound. And so it really is a situation where these gunshots were in rapid succession at times, and one eyewitness described bullets physically ricocheting off of the pavement in the streets. So that gives you a sense of how frightening that must have been for the dozens and dozens and dozens that were gathered in these streets for this peaceful protest tonight. And then, as I said, literally as they were about to finish and minutes away from walking to where it all began and getting in their cars and going home tonight, this is how it ended. And it's just really unthinkable that here we are tonight talking about this tragedy and police officers, peers, to have been attacked tonight.
Casey Stiegel from Fox News Channel. By the way, some more information is coming available to us. We have a report now from a father whose daughter was a police is a police officer for Dallas Area Rapid Transit, and indeed what they're before we do that, we're looking at they took off of it. They showed us some video of police officers moving towards the Mercedes on the freeway, in the middle of the freeway. More about that in a minute. In the meantime, a father finds his daughter, a Dart police officer, in the hospital, and then had comments for us here on 660 AM The Answer.
Well, you're just relieved because you know she's okay. Because something happens, you think the worst of it. So you're just relieved that when you walk in there and you see that she's going to be okay, and they told us exactly what happened and everything, and that she was going to be fine. She's already talking about going back to work tomorrow.
That is Richard McBride, whose daughter was wounded tonight. She, a Dart officer, one of the three that were wounded in this melee tonight, involving two snipers and some amazing riflery tonight in Dallas, Texas. Very, very sad, as 4 police officers have lost their lives. We have an eyewitness report from earlier tonight that we'd like to share with you. Do we know who this person is? Okay. Yeah, he talks a little bit about what he found as downtown became chaos tonight in the wake of shootings from elevated positions by 2 snipers on police officers who were keeping a very peaceful protest peaceful until the shots rang out.
I mean, we've done protests before, and they've all been peaceful. They've all gone smoothly with no issues, and so we didn't expect anything to happen this time. We came out, there was blacks, whites, Latinos, everybody. There was a mixed community here protesting, and this just came out of nowhere. As a matter of fact, we were towards the end of the protest when the shots started firing off, and it was, I'm still kind of startled and shaken up because, as you know, being in the front, it's almost like the gunshots were coming at us. It was complete pandemonium, and actually I knew a couple of guys that had guns on them, the rifles, and I found them and told them, hey, put that gun up, give it to a cop, because I don't want you to accidentally be mistaken for the person that's shooting. And so it's just bananas. I'd say probably about 20 gunshots, rapid succession. Because I have a couple of guns and I shoot, I know that it was handguns.
Oh no, you're almost
done. Whoever was shooting had an assault rifle. And because you could tell the difference. It was one big shot and then a couple of shots returned by the police officer.
That was instructive, because a lot of people said that there was strategic precision in the shooting tonight, that there would be a couple of shots and then there would be a pause and then there'd be a couple of more and then a pause, as the men who were taking shots at police officers apparently were moving from target to target to target. Also, as we came back from break just moments ago, Casey Stiegel from Fox News Channel has reports that people say that there were indeed automatic fire heard. There was automatic fire heard tonight in Dallas, Texas, from these snipers, which would indicate a much more sophisticated attack. Because if indeed, I mean, it takes an amazing cool and an amazing training to be able to work with another rifleman and to pick targets. Remember that 11 police officers were shot. Only 1 civilian was shot in all of this. So all of the riflery was certainly focused on police officers. So when you start thinking about that, and you start thinking about the fact that there is certainly semi-automatic fire and then what people are reporting as fully automatic fire, that means select fire weapons. That means another order of magnitude on this attack tonight on an otherwise peaceful protest. Certainly this peaceful protest not coming to the consciousness of Dallas or the streets of Dallas because of nonviolent situations, two shootings of black men in the United States, and the president of the United States himself weighing in. Do not know whether any of that verbiage, any of that rhetoric, increased the temperature of the circumstance. But as we have seen in the past, when there is loose talk about certain things like police officers killing black men, there is a spate of violence against police officers that is murderous, and it is sudden, very much like tonight's shooting. I want to thank everybody involved in tonight's broadcast, especially those people who gave us outrageously good information. I want to thank Rod Fullenwider, who is one of the principals involved in DNL personal protection. Also, Dr. Alex Del Carmen. Want to thank him very much as well. By the way, Rod Fullenwider is the general manager for DNL Protective Services and so on. Also, Vicki Stifer, our executive producer. This show would not have been this show without her work. Our technical director, keeping track of everything, is Magic Matt Swinney. My name is John David Wells. I want to thank Vicki Stifer as our executive producer. See you again tomorrow for another edition of the Wells Report.
The money decisions you make now. Find out Saturday morning with Jerry Tuma and John Criswell on Smart Money. Smart Money will bring you the latest information regarding financial markets and what it means to you and your investment and retirement portfolio. Not knowing could be costly. Smart Money, a voice of experience and integrity, with Jerry Tuma and John Criswell. Tomorrow morning at 8 on 660 AM. The Answer.
Hey, it's Mark Davis. I bet you heard a lot about the money you can save leasing a car versus buying. Well, now there's a way to save even more. Let's talk about Brass Hat Leasing versus leasing through anybody else. BrassHatLeasing.com. In car lingo, a Brass Hat vehicle is a program car, factory demo with extremely low miles and very near showroom condition. Untitled cars that qualify for new programs that can save us a bunch of money. Go to BrassHatLeasing.com, shop through the inventory, see and drive the car you want. Brass Hat Leasing, wide selection of makes, models featuring leases, even sales if you like, of these next to new vehicles, so close to new, so much more affordable. Here's the Brass Hat Leasing deal of the day.
Lease a 2016 Ram 1500 Laramie for just $419 per month, 12,000-mile, 36-month lease with $99 down plus TTNL do it signing. Ram trucks are one of the most fuel-efficient trucks on the market. Find out more at BrassHatLeasing.com.
BrassHatLeasing.com. Check it out. 855-998-2202, 855-998-2202, or BrassHatLeasing.com.
Hi, folks. Bill Thomas here with Accurate Foundation Repairs. If you think your home has foundation issues, we'll send one of our highly trained technicians out to give you a free, accurate assessment of your home's foundation at no charge. Accurate Foundation Repair is the only company in the industry that has its warranty backed up by a third-party insurance company. Structure home warranty. Call Accurate Foundation Repair now, 972-623-2500, or on the web at AccurateFoundationRepair.com.
Accurate Foundation Repair. We give you a lift for a whole lot less.
Listen to us live on iHeartRadio, 660 AM. The Answer.
Call the Larry Elder Show now at 888-971-SAGE. That's 888-971-7243. Eldorado's Let Larry Know what's on your mind.
I just wanted to comment and say, so all this does go down. James Comey obviously doesn't press charges, pursue charges against Hillary. What now? What is left to do? Can the Republican GOP do some type of more committee? Can they seek to try to resign James Comey at all?
888-971-SAGE. Well, keep listening. You'll find out some of the things that Republicans are trying to do, including stripping Hillary of her top security clearance. How can you be President of the United States and Commander-in-Chief if you don't have top security clearance? You know, Bernie Sanders went to the House yesterday, and he got booed by Democrats. You know why? He said it wasn't just about winning elections. It's about changing America. He got booed. These Democrats stick together. They've got a candidate who very likely lied under oath, a candidate who clearly lied to the American people when she said she neither sent nor received classified information. She said she neither sent nor received classified information that was marked classified. She turned over all of her relevant emails. She lied and lied and lied and lied. Still, they're down with her. Meanwhile, Mitt Romney, Jeb Bush, and George W., Ted Cruz, and Mike Lee. Oh my God, Donald Trump is just way beyond the pale. He's just too vulgar. He called a judge born in Indiana Mexican. He suggested that my dad was complicit in the assassination of JFK. No, he didn't. He talked about an article in the National Enquirer. It doesn't matter. The Democrats are down there. Riding that horse to go all the way. But the Republicans, oh my goodness, never mind what Donald Trump's going to do regarding the Supreme Court and what Hillary would do. Never mind, Hillary's not going to do a damn thing about the borders. Never mind that Donald Trump will at least do something about that. Never mind that Hillary wants to raise more taxes, spend more money, expand the government, a la Obama, which is why we have the worst economic recovery in our lifetime. But Donald Trump, oh my goodness, he insulted women. He called a fat woman fat. Can't have that. So here is Congressman Jason Chaffetz of Utah, the chairman of the committee.
To a lot of us, that the average Joe, the average American, that if they had done what you laid out in your statement, that they'd be in handcuffs and they might be on their way to jail.